इतना आराम? How's that? Well, baby, just like that. Rupa Frontline Briefs and Drawers with imported rubber waistband. ये आराम का मामला है.
कुछ ऐसा ही होता है जब मैं सर्दियों में टोरिडो पहनता हूँ, सब हाथ सेकने चले आते हैं। उससे अच्छा तो टोरिडो पहनो। सर्दियों में ओनली रूपा टोरिडो।
सोने दीजिए ना, इन्होंने बहुत हॉट पहना है।
अरे बावली हॉट पहना है।
सही समझे।
हॉट रूपा थर्माकोल।
You're very hot.
हॉट रूपा थर्माकोल।
Rupa Thermocot Winterwear.
It's very hot.
Caring Minds, an institute of mental health, is the brainchild of founder and director Meenu Budhia. The seeds of the facility were sown with the birth of Meenu's younger daughter Prachi, 8 years after her elder daughter Priyam was born. As Prachi was growing up, her family noticed that she was having a difficult time at school. Prachi was soon diagnosed with ADHD, low IQ, and later bipolar disorder. As a mother, Meenu was not only concerned about her daughter's time at school, but also her future. She trained to become a psychotherapist and counselor. Wanting to apply the expertise she gained while training her daughter, she started her first social initiative, Caring Minds. Priyam, who had been studying and working in the UK for 6.5 years, returned to join Caring Minds as the head of new initiative. Established in 2013, the sprawling super speciality facility is a gift to the city of Calcutta and East India. Meenu's vision behind Caring Minds was to introduce to the community a one-stop solution for a variety of psychological issues. Caring Minds is a state-of-the-art center for mental health care and psychological growth. Here, mental health professionals provide expert services for clinical and non-clinical issues across all age groups, from children to the elderly. Caring Minds offers an easily accessible, inviting environment in which you can consult with a highly efficient group of experts. Our 3 wings include clinical, academia, and outreach and awareness. The clinical wing deals with all issues related to the mind. It aims to help people who are in need of a guiding hand for their overall emotional well-being. Academia, our training wing, develops and delivers short-term workshops and long-term psychology-related courses. We also offer personal growth sessions and training sessions for schools and organizations. Our outreach and awareness wings focus on breaking the stigma surrounding mental health issues. We initiate dialogues to normalize discussions on mental health care. Sometimes we need help and guidance to feel better. You are not alone. To drive your blues away, visit Caring Minds today. Together, let's say hello to a better, brighter tomorrow.
IIHM, popularly known as the International Institute of Hotel Management, is one of the largest private hospitality institutes that imparts world-class education and can firmly pride itself for being one of the most foremost academic institutions of the country that offer globally recognized international degrees in hotel management. The hugely popular events that they host IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced.
Malaysia!
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Hotel management. Hotel plus management. At IIHM, the education is like doing a BBA plus hospitality. Because at IIHM, we train our students to become global business hospitality managers. In one hand, they are full of knowledge in hospitality, charismatic, and they have got the study skills of very hardcore management subjects like finance, strategic HR, global marketing, and a whole range of the management inputs.
For a great hospitality career, call 98310 50,000.
EduGuide.
EduFair by EduGuide, an intuitive virtual education fair. Engage universities and educate student masses about higher study opinions through one comprehensive event. The first chapter of this event empowered 40 universities to connect with over 2,000 curious students. An immersive virtual event that helped universities showcase their infrastructure, culture, and programs, while ambitious students could make the most of dedicated one-on-one chats with university representatives and counselors. Communicating and consulting without boundaries for a successful future.
It was a nice experience interacting with students and how exactly the team has managed to ensure students are routed to individual virtual auditoriums that have been created.
Exactly what are the problems students are facing. So students are getting these answers.
It was a brilliant experience for me.
We would like to congratulate EduGuide for the online education fair they have conducted.
The brainchild of Dr. Shuborno Bose in partnership with IBM is pioneering in its attempt to virtually link ambitious students to top-grade universities. After the enormous success and the supercharged engagement of the first EduFair, we are happy to announce EduFair 2.0. EduFair 2.0 is back on the 4th of July to help students discover their careers. What are you waiting for? Register now.
In 1868, the Tata Group was founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are a $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Is about delivering excellence across business sectors. Building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
A very good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to all our viewers. And welcome to the Calcutta Management Summit, Indian Startup Space, Rise of the Unicorn. CMA was instituted in the year 1957. It was formed as the first institution of its kind in the country under the aegis of the Union Ministry of Education. CMA was the prime force behind the formation of the All India Management Association, the apex body for management education in India. And as we begin, I would now like to invite the voice of Kolkata, Mr. Jimmy Tangri. Over to you, Jimmy.
Thank you so much, and a warm welcome to everybody this beautiful morning to the Calcutta Management Summit. The theme being the Indian startup space, rise of the unicorns. As rightly said by Jolie out there, that the Calcutta Management Association is the country's first regional management association and a prime mover behind the formation of its parent body, the All India Management Association, which was founded in 1957. The All India Management Association and of course the CMA, which was founded under the leadership of Sir Jahangir Gandhi, the then director in charge of Tata Iron and Steel. The Calcutta Management Summit is the annual signature event of CMA. The summit is held centered around the theme of contemporary relevance and importance. The technical session of the summit commences with the Sir Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration in the memory of our founder president. Well, this started way back in 2000, ladies and gentlemen. And today, once again, we warmly welcome all of you all to the Calcutta Management Summit. As I said, the theme is the Indian startup space, rise of the unicorns. And today we have amazing speakers who are going to be speaking their heart out and of course going to be engaging with us. And it's an immense pleasure once again to invite everybody. And with that, I would like to call on our former president of CMA, Mr. Gautam Ray, to kindly give the opening remarks. Mr. Gautam Ray.
Good morning. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all in this year's Calcutta Management Summit, which Jimmy has mentioned is the flagship event for the association. On behalf of CMA, I convey our sincere thanks and gratitude to Mr. Bhaskar Bhat, Director, Tata Sons, who has so graciously accepted our invitation to deliver this year's Sir Jahangir Memorial Oration. A warm welcome and our sincere thanks to other distinguished speakers, guest speakers today, Mr. T.N. Hari, Mr. Ravi Ranjan, and the three startups, Castler, RarePlanet, Handicrafts, and peAR Technologies, who will definitely pitch in at the time when we will proceed towards the further and further part of the summit. We indeed feel privileged for their presence, and I also take opportunity to extend warm welcome to the former presidents, the honored guests, the executive committee member, the members of CMA, the media, and the delegates from the corporates. As Jimmy has mentioned, the oldest management association, CMA, has been engaged in organizing series of path-breaking meets, workshops, seminars, talks, interactive sessions, and conferences. And among these programs, the annual Sir Jahangir Memorial Oration, introduced in year 2000, is the signature event for the association. In fact, subsequently in 2011, as I remember, it was our effort to expand the content of the Jahangir Memorial Oration, and we have introduced this Calcutta Management Summit. It will not be out of context to mention that the first Sir Jahangir Memorial Lecture during the Calcutta Management Summit in July 4, 2011 was given by our former and very respected President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. This year's topic is very, very contextual. All of us know that Indian startup space, rise of unicorns. And in the last budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister has recognized and mentioned about the importance of the unicorns. In fact, 44 or so unicorns have been added, and the net valuation will be more than almost close to 300 billion US dollar. India is ranking probably the third in the world on the in this particular area. This only reflects the creativity, the innovation, the talent what we have. In fact, the large number of unicorns what is there in US, if we go to the list of the founders, we will find that there are Indians who are actually the founders. We all know the uncertainties what we are going through in the last 2 years. We have come to know in fact, we means the world from a family to the state, to a world has really learned how to manage the uncertainties, which we were not prepared. But take this as an advantage, positivity, like the way we are meeting today. It was used to be in the physical form, but we are doing it now, rightly. So there are scopes and opportunity to emerge India as one of the most prominent economic force. And which plan we have? We have a very, very ambitious plan, be it on the question of sustainability, on our commitment to the net zero, be it on the building a very, very strong and robust economy, what we are thinking of. And definitely these initiatives will play a significant role in this endeavor. With this, I think that today's workshop and today's summit will be a very, very fruitful discussion will be there, and many distinguished speakers will deliver it. And with this, I welcome you all again, and with a hope that this summit will be probably one of the most successful one in the history of CMA. Thank you all.
I would like to now call on the president of the CMA, Mr. TVS Shenoy, to kindly take forward the next session.
Thank you, and Jimmy, and wonderful to be connected again. And good morning to everyone who is listening in, and welcome to the summit from the City of Joy, Calcutta. On behalf of the CMA and a very power-packed, backed-up executive committee of the CMA, the Calcutta Management Association, it's my privilege to be hosting all of you for this summit. But before I really get into what the next session augurs for all of us, while Mr. Ray has already given a wonderful background of what CMA is all about, I'd also like to give a brief update on what can we expect over the next 3 hours. The tagline of CMA has always been profit the mind. And as we were deliberating over the past couple of months, how do we actually profit the mind of all the people who are associated with us? We came across a thought that, well, this time we need to do something for the entrepreneurs. There's always a little of a startup cocoon inside us. We all know that we have plenty of ideas, but really don't know how to go about it. And we thought, what could we do to kindle the spirit and spark and ignite it to be a furnace of fire? Well, here we are on the summit day. This summit has two aspects to it. One is a Sir Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration, and second, it's a deliberation that follow. Again, for the deliberations that follow, we have carefully curated the event, which I'll speak about it in a short while from now. But first, about the oration. For all of you who know, and as Mr. Ray has already mentioned, the Sir Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration in memory of the founding father of the Calcutta Management Association was conceptualized somewhere in 2000, and it transformed to the summit in 2011. We call this formally a form with a lot of love, the Sir Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration, and a few of the stalwarts who have presented earlier has been Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Justice Shamal Sen, Dr. Siddharth Roy, Professor S. Parashuraman, Dr. Nirmalya Kumar, Mr. Arundhati Bhattacharya, Mr. Harish Bhat, and also our current speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Bhat. Mr. Bhatt's speech earlier was so enthralling, and the kind of insights which he gives us is going to be so relevant for the session which is going to come about. I'm sure this is going to be really, really exciting. I'll request Jimmy if you could play the Jahangir Gandhi video, and then I'll introduce the speakers and the subsequent sessions to follow. Jimmy, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, and I'd request the video to be kindly played out. Sir Jahangir Gandhi, born on November 18, 1896 at Bombay. Sir Jahangir Gandhi took his BA honours in physics and chemistry from St. Xavier's College and Wilson's College, Bombay. He completed his postgraduate studies in business administration at Columbia University, New York, and in metallurgical and steelworks engineering at the Carnegie Institute of Technology, Pittsburgh. In 1921, he joined the Tata Steelworks as a metallurgical engineer. His meteoric rise saw him being appointed general manager in 1938. He was the first Indian to hold this position. As general manager, he was instrumental in cutting down costs, eliminating waste, and steering the steelworks successfully through the Great Depression of the 1930s. In 1945, he was appointed director in charge of Tata Steel. A more significant recognition of his outstanding ability came in 1959, when he was appointed a director of Tata Sons, the parent firm controlling the Tata Group of companies. He was also the chairman of the Indian Tube Company and a director of Indian Tinplate Company of India Limited. Besides steel and engineering industries, Sir Gandhi's activities covered a wide-ranging field. Recognition of his professional ability and his broad vision as a technocrat came from both within and outside the country. He was called upon by the Government of India to help in the country's industrial and steel development plans. He was also involved in working out blueprints for the designing of modern management and technical education in the country. He was the chairman of the committee appointed by the government whose recommendation led to the foundation of both the Indian Institute of Technology and the Administrative Staff College, Hyderabad. Sir Jahangir Gandhi was the president of the Board of Governors of the Xavier Labour Relations Institute, Jamshedpur. In fact, it was he who conceived the idea of the institute and was deeply involved in its working and progress since it was set up in 1942. As Vice President of the Acharya Jagdish Bose Centenary Committee, he initiated in 1960 a scheme of science talent search, now widely known as Jagdish Bose National Science Talent Search Scholarship. The Calcutta Management Association was founded under his leadership in 1957. In 1945, he was conferred the knighthood. He was awarded the Padma Bhushan in 1958 for his outstanding contribution towards the industrial development of India. In 1964, he was invited by Columbia University to accept at a special convocation the honorary degree of Doctor of Laws. Sir Jahangir, a leader, a visionary, and a technocrat extraordinary.
Thank you for the AV, Jimmy, and for all of you, a little context to the session today. As I said earlier, when we were contemplating on what the topic would be and what is relevant for all our listeners in here, you never know when you could become an entrepreneur, and there's no really set definition of what an entrepreneur could be. And let's give a few little facts. India has the third largest ecosystem powered by the Startup India. We have got about 90 unicorns. And for all the uninitiated, a unicorn is a startup which has got over $1 billion of valuation. So we're third largest behind US, which has got close to 500. China has got close to 300. We are close to 90, and UK is close to 40. So India is a powerhouse of startups. But out of every 100 startups, we have got about 90 to 95% fail. And there will be plenty of reasons and rational why it fails. but plenty of success stories as well. And now let's look at a few little aspects of how can one profit the mind and what can one do today. For a startup to succeed, you need to have an idea which has got a decisive competitive edge. How are you able to create moats around an idea and help scale up your idea? How do you define and choose an idea, and how do you kind of prevent it from being impinged upon by competition and then they try to scale it up? Second part, if you have great an idea and you are able to create a decisive competitive edge, how do you fund it and how do you take it up forward? There's tremendous amount of something called a burn rate. Many of the startups don't survive beyond a year or two, but how do you look for funds? What are the aspects of drive funds? Why would venture capitalists, capital peoples fund you? That's another aspect one needs to watch out for. The third part is if you have to fail, you fail fast. The lack of focus could really be detrimental in a scale up of a startup. And finally, when you swim together, you also sink together. You should need to have great kind of partners and leaders who have got what you call as a founding mentality, the founder's mentality. I'm sure all of you who are going to have startups together know what it is important to be all tied together at the top. All these four combined with talent would really make a cracking startup. And maybe some of you who are listening in today would have an idea and kind of then take it forward and become a unicorn someday. And maybe it'd be wonderful to cheer you all then. But to bring all of this together, no better person than Mr. Bhaskar Bhat, who can bring a perspective to what exactly creates a successful ecosystem of a startup. And let me introduce to you Mr. Bhaskar Bhat. And if I call Mr. Bhaskar Bhat is going to give me a big piece of firing because he's known to be known as Bhaskar. And Bhaskar, let me introduce to you all of you. Bhaskar began his career in 1978 at Godrej & Boyce. Subsequently, he moved on to the house of Tatas, and he was associated with the Titan company. He retired in 2019. And for all of you who know, his leadership is what made the Titan company over $13 billion in terms of market cap in 2019. He's the chairman of the board of governors in NIT Trichy. He's a member of governing council at TAPME and NID. He's a graduate from IIT Chennai and I am Ahmedabad. But more importantly, at the summit, you need to know something different about our speakers. And here is something which is very, very interesting about Bhaskar. How many of you really know he's been a boxer or a pugilist, as you call? As a young, talented boxer, unfortunately, he wouldn't have made it, hopefully representing India, a relatively small-sized person getting bashed up in the ring and yet coming back to fight it out. He has been an inspiration for many as a person trying to participate in extracurricular activities and do well with absolutely no airs about him. I can tell you for sure, plenty of stories galore in the various startup companies would have worked. He's a fabulous singer, a great passion for music. He loves his sports and ardent follower of all sporting events. His simple mantra for one has been to live with the flaw and yet see the many facets that people have to offer and not to judge them only on one dimension. He is someone who has been connecting with people. And for all of you, if somebody has to get a farewell and after working for a company for years, I think this is the benchmark. The kind of farewell with Bhaskar would have got in the various startup companies is just indescribable. His ability to communicate and share experiences and expectations has people literally eating out of his hands. He's always been in high demand and never said no to anyone. And I still remember having bumped into him in one of the sidelines of the Tata conferences, and he graciously accepted his presence for today. Deeply human, he combined with full energy, his talents and self-deprecating humor, an inherent sense of giving credit where it is due, and his professionalism to do whatever he has to do with excellence. And for every session of this nature, I'm sure significant amount of homework would have been done prior to coming to an event. I'm sure you're going to see it happen. I can think of many instances as well where one could see Bhaskar willing to give his time and money if the cause was good. He has inspired many people and continues to inspire many more to get the same. Not only that, many followed his habits of traveling to airport by bus or by overnight train to other cities. He could be spotted on a bus to an airport, and since he's a known responsible person, you could hear say, isn't that Bhaskar Bhat, MD of Titan? I can't believe he's going to airport on a bus. Bhaskar has been ever committed to attend weddings of colleagues and associates, and he has just been spotted taking overnight train to do so. How many of us look up to people who are around us and we see ways to means to help them? I think Mr. Bhaskar Bhat is an exemplary leader whom we all can look up to. Bhaskar, thank you for being with us today and looking forward to a session. And over to you, Bhaskar, for taking it forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, especially stuff that I had forgotten myself. It took me back to my college days. But thank you again, Calcutta Management Association, Mr. TV Srinivas Shenoy, President, Mr. Gautam Ray, former President, Mr. Anil Garg, Vice President, and other former presidents and members of the Executive Committee of CMA. Thank you for inviting me for a second time to deliver the Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration. It is indeed an honor. I have had the pleasure of having interacted with Mr. Sarosh Gandhi while he was in Jamshedpur with Telco at that time, which was in 1987 that I came, when Titan was a startup. Well, by today's definition of startup, couldn't qualify, but it was a new company. And at that time, I was a mere salesman trying to sell my wares to Telco, now Tata Motors. And I remember meeting Mr. Sarosh Gandhi. What can I don't know his father, but Mr. Sarosh Gandhi, a fine gentleman, very, very sensitive, very sophisticated, and very human. In fact, I meet him more often now in Bangalore. And I thought I should share that with you because he heads a non-profit called Parinam, which is a foundation engaged with urban low-income communities in India. And their vision is to eliminate poverty through education, social inclusion, and financial literacy. It is important because later on, I am going to talk about this in the context of the subject. So let me come to the subject of the CMA Summit. Indian startup space, rise of unicorns. It's of course topical and interesting to me, though through my experience with startups has been few and far between. While, I can go on for a long time to talk about starting up of business, because one of the things that the founder in a way of Titan company, which I was associated with for about 36.5 years, started up many businesses well before the idea of startup, started up the watch business, started up the jewelry business, started up the eyewear business, the sari business, the accessories business, perfumes business, each of them very different from the other. And the fundamentals of startups still remains the same according to me. And I'll come to that in a while, because profit the mind is what Calcutta Management Association aims to achieve for its members. And it was mentioned by Mr. Gautam Ray that a startup is about an idea which can be scaled up. I just want to emphasize here, because I'm still not coming to the topic of unicorns, but I'll deal with startups. It's a wonderful thing that's happening in India. And all of you know that the definition of a startup in the Gazette of the Government of India is about that it should have been started less than 10 years back and should have a annual turnover of 100 crores per year. There is an effort to change that definition, and which is well and good. But let me go back a little to the history, which I have. Some of it is my opinion, and some of it is experience, and some of it is data. I believe the energy that we are seeing, which is such a positive energy, and somebody referred to it because of the exceptional human capital that this country has generated, and the demographic dividend that we are enjoying of the young, is one of the aspects of startups, because India and Indians have never been short of ideas. I believe when we were a young nation, I'm saying 40, 50 years back, we still had ideas, but at the individual level, to convert that idea into a business was less of a need, or the culture was more about getting yourself a good job in a good company or getting into the government. And that is as it should be for a nation which had just been born and which was still, shall we say, under the strong influence of the system that the British had left behind. Now, the reason why I say this is, I have no data, but I know for sure that today's successful startups, I'm not just talking about unicorns, have come up from the extraordinarily large middle class India. And there is no strong definition of a middle class, clear definition of a middle class, but I think you will understand, being from West Bengal and Calcutta, what middle class means. And why I say this is that I don't know if you know that 80% of the unicorns the founders are from engineering background. And the engineering background infrastructure, engineering education infrastructure that was created in 1961 onwards with the IITs and later NITs, etc., have actually created for India that generation which has, and it's not just the IITs, it's a whole lot of engineering institutions. And I say this specifically because the one problem that we suffer from, which is inadequate healthcare infrastructure, is probably because our medical education is not as strong as our engineering education. So why do I link this to startups? There's one fundamental reason, and that is what I said to you about the middle class upbringing. I believe that in that generation, which from the 60s to the 90s, including myself, I think the primary desire was to get yourself a good education, unless you were from, unless you were great visionaries like Jamsetji Tata, JRD Tata, Ratan Tata, who, were born into industrial families, the Birlas, Ambanis. I leave those out. the Mafatlals and so on. The opportunity that was opened up for middle-class Indians was through education, particularly in engineering. And the desire at that time when you passed out was either to get yourself a good job or go to management institute or go abroad. Why I say this is, it was to have a better life for yourself, quality of life, and to have a better quality of life for your near and dear ones, not just your family, but your parents. That has changed after India opened up. The rise in prosperity of my generation and those which followed, thanks to what India has done through successive governments, has actually created a change in the thinking of the middle class. And while we had felt responsible that we had to hold on to our jobs because that was the way in which we could improve the quality of lives of our near and dear ones, as well as our parents, I believe this generation has not imposed upon its children that they are responsible for their parents' well-being. While the children are wanting to, they are not expected to. And this is an important insight of mine. That is what has released the energy for startups in India, which is a middle-class Indian is willing to take the leap. Young boy is willing to take the leap into becoming an entrepreneur because the risk, fear of failure, and the risk appetite is much high. Fear of failure is low because there is, he knows, a family back at home to fall back upon. I don't think this kind of thought has been shared in any startup discussion or in any startup debate. So I start with that. And therefore, it is happening across the country. And I'm proud of the fact that this generational thinking and this non-dependence and literally freeing the young to go out and do what they think is right and what they believe they are capable of. So 50,000 startups in India is the kind of number and growing by the day. The unicorns have come up because of somebody starting with an idea. And then, as you rightly said, scaling it up. Why the word unicorn? I was wondering why unicorn at all. It is a mythical animal, the unicorn. And the one which comes closest to the unicorn is perhaps the Kaziranga rhino. But in some other definition, it does say that unicorn was the symbol of a powerful clan or merchant community. But it may have had some religious significance. But you all know that it is a company which has a market cap of $1 billion, 7,500 crores roughly. As Mr. Shenoy said, India has the third largest number of unicorns at 90. But that number means nothing because USA is 400 or something like that. And China is just at number 2. The interesting part, which is where I start my view on this subject is that last year alone, 46 unicorns were produced in India against the total of 90 over the last several years. That means 44 in the other years. But if you were to compare the per capita GDP of the three countries, USA at $63,000, China at $10,500, and India at about $2,000. That is a huge difference. That's a huge difference. Whereas the difference in startup population, or rather the unicorn population, isn't that sizable. 5 times the GDP between India and China, whereas the difference in startups is not 5 times. It is about 3 times or 4 times. So the first thing I want to talk about unicorns and startups is, I don't know if you're aware that today, last year, the average to become a unicorn from the day you started up, it's come down to 7.8 years. And there are startups who have become unicorns within 5 years. Therefore, this whole world of startups, while the enablement happened, I said fundamentally because of my insight about middle-class families, but there are other reasons as well. One of them, and I mean, several of them really belong to policy and regulation. One of them, of course, you know, is Startup India initiative that was triggered off, I think, in 2014 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And that has really triggered a lot of youngsters and those with ideas to get into the startup space. The second and equally important reason is, all of you know, is the internet, the democratization of information, and particularly in India, the cost of data. It is the lowest in the world, and today it is now, the democratization is accelerating forward with the announcement again in this budget by the Honorable Finance Minister of digitizing our villages. That work is going on, and there are wonderful technologies that are being launched to ensure that every corner of India is connected to the net. So there is an enablement that has happened thanks to society, thanks to regulation, and thanks to policies of the government. And that is a wonderful thing. So, you know, when I see from my experience in marketing, it's almost like everything happened magically coming together to create a magic potion. When customers as well as companies begin to work together to look at a new future, that's the best thing that can happen to. If I looked at our jewelry business at one time, customer wanted to buy from Tata because you can trust the gold that Tata made, or Titan made, or Tanishq made. And the company in turn ensured that that trust was reposed every time, all the time, in every transaction. I say the same thing about, maybe I'm sticking my neck out, about Air India. The Indians want Air India to succeed. I can tell you that because it is India's pride. And therefore, when you have the tailwind of your customers wanting the brand to succeed, what more can you ask for? Therefore, there are these magical, events and episodes and policies that have come together to make startup such an exciting and such a great thing that is happening to India. Unicorns, as I said, 46 of them. There are some issues with, and that happens in every business, in every great such tectonic event. There has been some concentration, which is the startups are significantly concentrated in a few states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, Telangana, and so on. It is, as I said, 80% of the promoters have come from engineering background, few women, and the concentration towards metros rather than tier 1 and tier 2 towns. Even Chennai is not ahead. It's really Bangalore which is ahead. Is something that will get corrected over the years, very shortly, I believe, because of that one thing, which is access to information and the cost of data in this country. And it's getting better and better. There's also some, concentration in terms of businesses of startups which are in certain sectors, which I'll come to in a few minutes. So having dealt with the subject of startups in the manner in which I felt we should, I wanted to use this forum or this opportunity for taking you to some other place with some examples. So let me articulate my desire, and I'd like to share that with you. Based on my understanding of the environment and mood in this country, I thought I could take this topic further and deal with technology serving citizens and society, and move away merely from the business of startups or the business of unicorns. I'm sure those who follow me, in fact, the immediate next speaker, is from a BigBasket, which now part of Tata, and I'm very keen to hear him. Just to break the subject up of technology serving citizens and society, I mean technology, not of the technology that I learned in IIT Madras way back in the 70s. I mean technology as new tech as in e-commerce, digital, social media, etc., and AI and ML and all that. And by citizens, I mean consumers and human beings, and society, I mean community and corporates. So it's not just a definition of human beings as citizens and society as communities only. So let me start with the overall approach, and these are my views. New tech, which I meant as in e-commerce, digital, and social media, has touched practically every category of business. It has reduced friction, increased access, and expanded reach for both customers and businesses. While it has increased the possibility for smaller players, creating a level playing field, it has also given an unprecedented advantage to the winners, creating an uneven playing field. How this will shape our businesses and communities will, of course, be determined by policies and preferences. So here I come now to the subject of a certain asymmetry in certain startups or asymmetry of approach. We all know that the 1.4 billion Indians with a huge youth population which is, aspiring for a better life and which is able to achieve its aspiration for a better life because of the framework and the infrastructure and the climate that has been created in this country. So these young startup entrepreneurs, the energy of their idea and their skill at technology is what triggers off the need to start a business. But increasingly, I'm finding that where Calcutta Management Association and people like me and others who have experience need to contribute to the startup system is that an idea alone is not sufficient. Technology alone is not enough. Those are certainly the key enablers. I have seen several proposals for startups which come about what this technology can do. But they leave out the last two words, technology can do for who? The for who question, which is the consumer orientation. And I'm not saying there are brilliant startups and brilliant, successful unicorns which have addressed the whole value chain and the consumer absolutely bang on. But those 95% which I think Gautam Ray spoke about, what do they lack? Some of that is to do with the technology is not alone enough. It has to serve a need. It has to satisfy an unmet need or enhance something which is underserved. A consumer is underserved by certain businesses and products or services. And then assessing how many, one is for who and how many, and then build that business plan, so to say, brick by brick, because that is the pain that most of us went through. I'm not being judgmental by saying, no, cash flows are important. Those are all, I think, the startup funding that is coming from all over the world is such a wonderful thing. That is people wanting to support an idea. But on this side, I keep saying that those basics of who you are serving and how many and how sustainably you can serve is an important question to answer right at the beginning. And I'm sure we'll get it right, but there is some contribution by all of us towards making this happen so that we can begin to compete with China on this matter and probably beat China to it in 5 or 10 years' time. The second bit, which is more systemic, which is that I spoke to you about the GDP per capita. And it occurs to me that the way for us as a nation to catch up on GDP per capita, though we just saw that there is no correlation between startup and GDP per capita. It is the distance between China and us is dropping. That doesn't mean, we don't have to compare with China. But if we have to improve the quality of life of our people, the enablers are what are going to make it happen. I believe that the energy of the young, transacting with the access to information, data, knowledge through the web and the democratic structure of India, or that the nation that we are, is what will make that acceleration happen much, much faster. And that we are seeing today. We are seeing today. Why I say this is that today, theoretically, you don't have to actually go to an engineering institute to create a startup. I heard a story a few days back, and this is real. In Chennai, I believe a young woman was without a job during COVID, but she had to still look after her family. So on YouTube, she saw or she learned how to bake. And she began to bake and started selling cakes and bread to neighbors and friends and so on. And now she provides enough for her family. Now, whether she'll become a startup to be able to, serve the whole nation with bread, that depends on her ambition. But, necessity is the motherhood of invention, they say, but enabling that discovery of how to bake happened, and it is. Now, this is one extreme example. At the other end, I know Indian hotels, for example, the Taj, launched its cumin program during COVID, which is bringing the Taj home. So innovation, and all this is happening because you cannot touch, you cannot be close, you cannot go to work. And it has been enabled because of the net. So whether it is a business or an individual, the entire ecosystem of India is enabling technology to serve people, whether it is that lady in Chennai or a business. And therefore, whether you look at agriculture, whether you look at manufacturing, education, there are startups and startups who have launched their ideas, used technology to serve customers. Technology creates new markets for existing products and new products for existing markets. I mean, I don't have to repeat this. It is, every one of us knows that if it is the e-commerce and online that has helped us through the COVID of the last 2 years, with all these, the Dunzos and the Swiggies and the Zomatos of the world, serving us in the manner in which they have. Technology has also allowed businesses to innovate their business models and unlock value for their customers. I know for sure, for example, in Titan and its jewelry business, through video calling and showcasing the store to customers and using online to access customers, whether it was Carrot Lane or Tanishq or Titan I Plus, all of these have actually used the net to access customers, showcase products, inform customers, care for customers where they were in trouble, and therefore build a bond with them and deliver to customers what they needed. It has happened across businesses, not just for reducing costs through application of digital in their manufacturing processes, but also for a better customer experience. Fintech, I think that is at the top of the heap when it comes to startups, fintech. We know that it has allowed us to reimagine financial transactions in the country and make them cost-effective, faster, more inclusive, and frictionless. I don't have to tell you about PhonePe or Paytm or the more recent Zerodhas and the Creds, all of them helping customers and the economy. And I guess the RBI is very happy, because real cash in the economy can be kept in check. Physical cash, I mean. It goes on. So technology is, I come to the debate in this country, and I believe across the world, about the new age companies or the tech companies creating a certain divide in society. And it is not by intent, it is a generational shift. The extraordinary wealth that has been created by technology and for technology startups and the startups of this country across the world, by technology companies. All of us know about the dropping of General Electric from GE, from where it was to where it is today, and the rise of the tech companies, the Amazons and the Teslas and the Apples, Microsoft, and so on. There is, apart from the divide, which is not the haves and have-nots in terms of money, but the haves and have-nots in terms of understanding of what technology can do, and therefore skepticism about, that this is not for me, online is not for me, and I'd rather go to the local grocer still. Well, it is, the local grocer does a great job of helping customers buy what they want. But the customer's reluctance to embrace technology, I think, has many reasons. One of them is you're not trained, you're not familiar, and you're only familiar with the social media part of it, perhaps, but the use of technology, it's improving. But that's something, whether we should let it happen by itself or help customers and the public in general to use technology because it is meaningful, purposeful, and helping. There are a few examples I'd like to talk to you about on this subject of technology enabling. I've spoken to you about the technology, I've spoken to you about consumers. I'd like to now just talk about one thing that Mr. Gautam Rim or perhaps Mr. Shenoy mentioned, which is fail fast. When startups come to me, I sometimes say, and this is from my experience, not sometimes, every time tell them, I wish you failure in the beginning, not success in the beginning. I have seen this certainly in the 35 years that those of my career at Titan, that those businesses which didn't see early success, but saw failure or rather diminished success in the beginning, actually became much more sustainable and strong as we solved the problems of those that caused the diminishing success or failure. Because early success of business, actually everybody is the owner of success, whether it is manufacturing, product design, finance, HR, everybody thinks they contributed to the success and nothing more needs to be done. it is when you don't succeed that you begin to go back to the drawing board. So the fail fast is right, but learn fast and fix fast and move on has to be the theme of startups. So to get everything right is impossible, but to get one thing right is important, which is, as I said in the beginning, the consumer. Who are you serving? What is that need? And how many are there? And how sustainably can your technology or your idea continue to serve them? It's an important question, and maybe I am a little old-fashioned, but it is important to ask this question on fail fast. I now come to the last bit, which is I take 3 examples from the Tata Group, which I thought I must share with you. 1 from business and 2 from the Tata Trusts on how we have used technology to make a difference to healthcare and common citizens. The first one is a company in Bangalore called Tata Medical Devices. It's called Tata MD. Not very old, but that company has taken our chairman's vision of Digital India and applied it to healthcare. It's called the Tata Digital Nerve Center, DINC. Tata DINC. Tata DINC is a patient-centric, connected, coordinated, and digitally driven healthcare model built using innovative technologies, patented technologies, and leverages the idea of digital. We have set up a digital nerve center, which I visited and have been going around seeing the work that has happened there. It has successfully delivered care across the entire gamut of healthcare needs, from primary care, secondary care, tertiary, and specialty care for millions of citizens in India. The first one was in Kolar district in Karnataka, in partnership with the Karnataka government. So what we do is, there is a digital nerve center in the district headquarters, where there's a whole battery of experts, healthcare experts and digital experts and communication experts, who are connected to all the public health centers in that district, enabled by Tata, and 24/7, not yet 24/7. The idea is to get 24/7 care and advice. See, most of India's healthcare has been episodic, that is only when the episode occurs, people have gone. It's not about preventive maintenance, as we know. And women traveling to doctors in rural India, all these have been constrained. So what the Tata Group has done is to be able to deliver in the public health center in Karnataka, in Kolar, expert advice, especially to pregnant women on how to take care of themselves and their baby during the prenatal, during pregnancy. Of course, because of the infrastructure we set up, it is helping in many other ways. So, you don't have to book an appointment and travel 20 kilometers to the district health center to meet a doctor. You go to your village public health center and connect with some of the best, who may be from Bangalore, who may be from Kolar itself. And therefore, this is started, and we have now included districts in Telangana, Bilaspur, and Kulu as well. And this will be scaled up in a big way. 2 others I want to share. One is predominantly in the northeastern part of this country, which is Tata Trusts have launched. It's called Antaran. Antaran is a key intervention of the Tata Trust's craft-based livelihood program, initiated to bring seminal changes in the development of the craft sector. This comprehensive program aims to rejuvenate ailing handloom clusters through an end-to-end program. The overarching objective of this intervention is to transform 6 pilot weaving clusters by creating entrepreneur-led micro-enterprises across each element of the value chain. See, the problem with artisans is they know their craft, but they don't know how to connect with customers and build a business. And they remain where they are. So now what Antaran has done is created a platform called www.antaranartisanconnect.in to connect the artisan entrepreneurs with retail buyers directly on that platform, leaving out all the middlemen. So an individual craftsman can talk about his sari or his shawl or the pot that he creates and produces directly with the customer. Soon, an app-based platform called Craft Exchange will be created for connecting the artisan entrepreneurs to even B2B buyers. I can go on, but this is the idea of technology enabling changing lives at the level of artisans who, during COVID have got very, very badly affected. The next example is called Internet Sathi. Rural women typically form community networks and organize activities for groups. This Internet Sathi was launched in 2015 in collaboration with Google, encourages these women to serve as agents for change by taking the lead in promoting digital literacy within their rural communities. In short, the program helps to create a cadre of digitally trained women in rural communities who train other women, thereby building a growing network of trainers who impart digital literacy to rural citizens. Today, the Tata Trusts have built a strong network of close to 60,000 Sathis. So there are examples after examples of these kinds of use of technology for common good, for better business, for efficiency in businesses. I want to close again to seek the to put some thoughts into all our listeners about the downsides. I believe if you take the aggregation model of startups, the terms of trade are heavily tilted towards the aggregator. You know the story of Amazon, arm-twisting suppliers. There is the aggregator of restaurants has much greater power than the restaurant itself. The second, of course, employment has been redefined totally from full-time to contract to gig workers. And it's an important bit of debate that we need to have about what is the employment creation potential of a new technology-driven business, because it's one big problem in this country, which is unemployment. And if we can find the right balance, that will be a great thing to happen. There is some talk about dehumanization, which is, you don't know, when you go to the Kirana store, you know the shopkeeper, there's a conversation. When you go to the bank, you have a conversation. Now, those are kind of nostalgic for many and value-adding to some. The new world will not have all that. Is it good, not good? This is another debate. The fourth thing is, once the small becomes successful, it becomes hugely powerful. This is the most important part. We know the debate going on in the world of large and wealthy corporations getting more powerful on account of the data they own and the wealth they possess. and their ability to influence populations asymmetrically to their need, to their way of thinking. We need, I believe, a citizen-led and a state-driven counterpoise for this. Again, this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying Indian startups are in that league, but the debate is raging wild in the world across about the power of these large corporations. Some of them many of them are bigger than individual countries themselves. The last bit which we have seen and daily are seeing is social media creating polarization. And we don't know how much of the content we read has any basis, factual basis, but we get influenced. And I know companies, including the companies I work with, using social media to influence positivity towards their brands and their products. But it goes one step for the positive part, but the same power can be used for other influences. And there's a lot of talk about regulating. You know what happened last week with Spotify, and Joe Rogan, I think, and the more recent case of Roboblock, the children's gaming, I think, site, where there is a doubt that they have been influencing children towards sex in the metaverse. So there are these things which we need to debate and ensure that we move to a much better society but 90% of technology is just working well for all of us. And I really congratulate all my speakers who are going to follow, for building their successful businesses and for serving us so well. Thank you, CMA, and thank you, all of you, for listening to me. I'm sorry I've overshot my time.
Bhaskar, thank you very much. And I think what a ringside view of the business that we got. And for everyone who's listening in here, I'm sure you're seen right from the time how you have a mindset change to the time what you get in terms of fail fast. Bhaskar, we got plenty of questions pouring in, and I'm sure that is going to be recorded and is already recorded and is live on YouTube and LinkedIn and Facebook. And many of you who like to connect it later and see there are plenty nuggets of wisdom for every sphere of an entrepreneur or a startup. Bhaskar, if I can take maybe a couple of pointers and questions,
sure,
and maybe bounce off it with you, Bhaskar. One, there's a student coming and saying, you really propelled me and inspired me, wanting to and not expected to. I think that was the word which you used. And I often felt guilty of taking my idea up and adding that with a lady in Chennai example. I think this is the lady who wants to really get an idea going, and this has inspired her to do more. She really says thank you, and she says that I'm a middle-class Calcuttan girl and now I'm willing to take the leap. So there's a little of kindle of firing which has happened.
All the best.
and just doubling up with a point with Debojyoti Dhara who asks a question. If I have an idea and I need to go to, what is the best way to get bootstrapping and seed funding? That's a session which follows, but Bhaskar, would you like to take that?
Frankly, I started by saying I'm not into this ecosystem, but there are plenty of well, I guess coming from Calcutta, the data does say that the startup, when you're sitting in Bangalore, the startup ecosystem is all around you. You're breathing startup and funding and so on. So I think the only advice I can give you is I can connect you to some people from Bangalore, and it is possible. Today, even the DST is funding ideas. The government is funding. I know that the IIT Madras and all other IITs have created Section 8 companies which are incubating new ideas in the technology space. But the ecosystem is available. I think how to connect you, there are many who can help you with that. I can't give you a specific name, but certainly it's a possibility.
Maybe Bhaskar, I could add on to Devajyoti. There is a session which follows wherein Ravi Ranjan was a venture capitalist and helps entrepreneurs to fund and get going. We have a session going which you can kind of attend later.
Sure.
There's another question which follows and maybe connected to this, Bhaskar, was from Shiva Krishna. And maybe you did allude to it. Do we have an ecosystem entrepreneurship development for cottage MSMEs, industries across the country? I think you did mention. Yeah.
We do, and it is growing. And I am myself associated with a company which has been created, again, a Section 8 company, which is going to be creating rural entrepreneurs. Actually, the idea is really getting community to be engaged in a venture in rural India, in the villages, and funding coming from government agencies. So this company is only enabling the startups or those businesses to blossom.
Thank you. And I'm sure this has kindled, Bhaskar, many questions coming in asking whom do I go to be a mentor? How do I get to an investor? So for all the people who are really wanting to, and I think hopefully profit of mind, stay back for the sessions which follow. And I'm sure you'll have plenty of answers here. Bhaskar, we are really caught up on time, and maybe a big thank you to you for the way which you narrated the ecosystem space. Wanting to and not expected to, a generation shift, an ability to take the risk and leap. I'll leave you all with some phenomenal quotes, and I think I take back, and I'm sure it will be useful for each one of you. If you have an idea or a technology, you need to know who you can do it. Technology can do for who. What is the unmet need for a consumer that you want to do? And the second part is relevant to scale up. For how many? Wonderful part of it. So anytime you do your idea, put it through this lens and see whether it passes the filter. And taking that on, learn fast, fix fast, and more importantly, small becomes successful. And I'm sure for many of you who are listening to Bhaskar, when you all become a unicorn, maybe some few years from now, I think 5 years is what Bhaskar said, one can become a unicorn. I hope this event here gives rise to many unicorns. Bhaskar, thank you for your wonderful session, a ringside view of what one can be and what can one aspire to be. Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Those questions will set me thinking about so many other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaskar, and over to you, Jimmy.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Shinoy. I would like to also thank Mr. Bhat. It was truly enlightening and thought-provoking, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of questions popping up, and a lot of people, even if they had that small little hesitation in launching their ideas or their thoughts, are planning to actually jump into it in a bigger way. I would like to play out now the Tata video, please.
In 1868, the Tata Group was founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Is about delivering excellence across business sectors. building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Our today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
Well, what a beautiful video. Truly gets you moving, truly brings that spirit of India and makes us so proud. A big thank you to the Tata Group for being a part of this amazing summit. And now it's time to get on with the next session. And just to remind everybody watching us at the current moment, okay, you're hooked on to the Calcutta Management Summit. And the theme for today is the Indian Startup Space, Rise of the Unicorns. And I would like to call on Mr. Anil Garg, Vice President CMA, to take us through the next session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Jimmy. It is my proud privilege to welcome Mr. T. N. Hari for the next session. Besides being a CHRO of BigBasket, Hari wears different hats. He's an anchor, an angel investor, advisor to founders and VCs, mentor at startup and accelerators, and a columnist above all. Hari spent the last 2 decades as part of the leadership team at 5 high-growth startups in domains as varied as business process outsourcing, information technology, financial services, consumer internet, and e-commerce. Each of these startups, namely Daksh, Vitrusa, Amba Research, Taxi for Short, and BigBasket, saw a successful exit, including an IPO on NASDAQ, and 3 of these went on to become unicorns. Hari started his career at Tata Steel and played leadership roles in engineering, project management, and human capital. Hari has played an active role in shaping the ecosystem for startups in the country and is a respected thought leader and an influencer. He has been a prolific author and has authored 7 books so far. Each of these books have been a category leader. His books, saying no to Jugaad, The Making of BigBasket, From Pony to Unicorn, Scaling a Startup Sustainably, and Diversity Beyond Tokenism, Why Being Politically Correct Doesn't Help Anyone, have been best sellers. Academically, Hari is a BTech from IIT Kanpur and an MBA from IIM Kolkata. Before I hand you over to Mr. Hari, a housekeeping guidance. If you have questions for Mr. Hari, you can put them in the chat box and we'll take up 2 or 3 on this program if time permits. Over to you, Hari.
Thanks a lot, Anil, and thank you, Calcutta Management Association, for inviting me. So the year 2021 was an amazing year for the Indian startup ecosystem. Many startups demonstrated proof of the pudding and reached the finish line by going public. And many of them went public at amazing valuations. It's a different matter that some of the valuations collapsed a bit after listing, but that's a topic for a different day, different occasion. Today, I will be talking about, the entrepreneurship story of India, India's entrepreneurship story from 1947 till 2022, 75 years of independence. So on the 14th, 15th midnight, 1947, Jawaharlal Nehru, the first prime minister, spoke about India's tryst with destiny. A nation's tryst with destiny is always the tryst with destiny for its people. And entrepreneurship has been the pathway or the route for people's destiny. And I will talk a bit about that as well. So post-independence, for a variety of reasons, and those have got to do with our experience with the British rule in India, a romantic association with how the USSR went down the path of communism and socialism. Many of our senior leaders of independence were enamored by socialism, and we went down the path of socialism as a nation. And the government chose to occupy the commanding heights of the economy. Occupying the commanding heights of the economy really meant that they would own production of all vital goods and services. So while the private sector was encouraged, the commanding heights of the economy were occupied by the government and government companies. And to a large extent, over the years, India went down the path of a license permit Raj. So you needed a license to manufacture anything. The government dictated, for instance, how much you could produce, at what price you could sell, in what markets you could sell, and all the other details. Planning became very, very important. And profit became a very bad word. Businessmen were not respected. If you ask people of our generation, when we were kids, who are the people you admire the most? Very few people would have said J and Tata probably. Most people would have said the name of a scientist, name of a political leader, name of a freedom fighter, but no entrepreneur was greatly admired in India, which was not the case in some of the Western societies where entrepreneurs were looked up to. So that was not really the case. In India, somehow for a variety of reasons, an adversarial relationship over a period of time developed between those who did business and those who regulated business. And that wasn't very good for the nation as a whole. In fact, every large company, during my days when I used to work with Tata Steel also had an office in Delhi, and all large corporations had offices in Delhi just to expedite, matters, expedite permits, expedite approvals. So it wasn't very easy to do business. And business was, the forte of families. So families who had a grounding in business pretty much were the only ones who did the business. So you have all the big names, the Tatas, the Birlas, the Bajajs, they were all the ones who did business. No first generation entrepreneur in those days ever aspired to do business because they knew how difficult it was to do business. And business, therefore, was dominated by these families. We all grew up in a world of shortages. Still remember standing in ration shops in lines for kerosene. We never had access to any quality product. All of us, in every city had a place called Burma Bazaar or something of that kind, where you could go and buy cheap imported goods, which avoided customs duties. So you went to these, bazaars to buy some of the good quality stuff. So good quality stuff was not even available. No good product was available. If you had to buy a good scooter, which was a Bajaj Chetak at that point of time, the only way you could buy that scooter was by paying in foreign exchange. So India was running short of dollars. Trade imbalances were strong. So the only way you could buy Bajaj scooter was if you had a cousin, nephew, or an uncle working in the US, you could get it quickly. Otherwise, the waiting periods were huge. So we lived in a shortage economy. For a long time, we survived. We depended on foreign aid. We depended on foreign countries for food aid. So many things. In fact, on the foreign stage, we completely lacked confidence. We imagined insults that people never made, actually. So we were a nation that was not confident, and a nation that's not confident, and individuals that are not confident, always imagine slights and insults which don't exist. So we lacked that confidence as a nation. And we went down the path of a Hindu rate of growth. The Hindu rate of growth was a 3% per annum growth rate. And, the reason why the name Hindu rate of growth, was really stuck was probably because Hindus were believed that fate was an important thing, and they were considered fatalists, as a result of which probably that name Hindu rate of growth stuck. And the Hindu rate of growth is amazing in some ways because it never resulted in any per capita income growth. The increase in the population was sufficient to compensate for any growth. So 3% growth with 3% increase in population really meant that the per capita income would never grow. And that was the state of India until 1991. There's a very famous saying in Hindi that Jahan Raja Vyapari, Wahan Praja Bhikari. This really means that, where the government decides to do business, the people become paupers. And that's what precisely happened to India. It was only a matter of time before everything came to a head and India became bankrupt as a nation. And India did become bankrupt in 1991. And India had to pledge all its gold with the Bank of England, had to open up its economy, liberalize, integrate more into the global economy. And fortunately, we had a prime minister and a finance minister, Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh, who understood the importance of that, created a burning platform around that particular problem, and then used it to create a lot of liberalization. Obviously, many of the existing players who were entrenched, many of the family businesses who were entrenched, and who knew how to manipulate the system and how to get government approvals and permits, were not happy because they realized that the playing field is going to become very level. Suddenly, they will have to be competing. I still remember when I used to work for Tata Steel, the terms of payment were very interesting. The terms of payment were 105 or 110% advance. And after that, the company could return 5 to 10% of that money after the order was delivered. Imagine 110% advance money you take for a product you're selling. Post-liberalization, the customer would come and tell the company, we are looking for a few tons of steel, drop it at our warehouse and we'll pay you when we want to. So terms changed very, very dramatically. The playing fields became level. Consumers began to benefit in a very big way. And that, I think, was a great thing. So every crisis also has in it a hidden an opportunity. And this was the opportunity that India had been waiting for. Sometimes what happens is that a set of factors conspire to keep you backward, to keep you where you are. Somehow you need to unleash those forces. You need to create those, remove the traffic blockades. Only then the traffic can progress. 1991 reforms proved to be that unlocking of that potential that some ways India had. And Y2K also happened at that point of time by chance. The whole world had designed IT computers, the computers where the date was stored, the year was stored only as 2 digits. Nobody ever imagined that finally the year 2000 will arrive and 2000 would be confused with 00 and not the year 2000. So trillions of lines of code in the Western world had to be rewritten, and most of it had to be done manually. And because it had to be done manually, it needed a large number of people who could do it, preferably people who could speak English, converse in English. And India, for whatever reasons, India got educated before it got skilled, just as China got old before it got rich. And I don't think this was the right thing to have happened. But fortunately, it was a great, ground for us to make full use of the Y2K opportunity. So you had people who were educated, who had got degrees, who knew how to speak English reasonably well, who were sent in large numbers by many Indian outsourcing companies to the Western world to rewrite trillions of lines of code. And this kickstarted India's outsourcing industry. For the first time, you had first generation entrepreneurs in India. These entrepreneurs built solutions for the Western world. They did not solve problems for India. They solved the problems of high cost and labor shortage in the West. And that's how they built, multi-billion-dollar enterprises. Today, can you believe it, that you have TCS, which is a $100 billion company in terms of valuation. Infosys is a $100 billion company in terms of valuation. So these amazing companies got built because of this Y2K opportunity that came our way. I again make this point that, always a problem comes with an opportunity. And not everybody can make this opportunity. Sometimes it's a bit of an effort and hard work. Sometimes it's also about being at the right time, at the right place. And fortunately, I think India was at the right time, right place, had the right kind of human capital, had the right kind of people who could speak English, helped us figure out how to solve that problem of Y2K. And India became a powerhouse of services. For the first time, India acquired a pride of place on the global stage. We acquired some swagger. For the first time, we were a little confident. Not many jobs were created by the IT industry. 5 million jobs in all over 25 years, not a great number at all. India needs to create 12 million jobs a year. So 5 million over 25 years means nothing. But it created very, very high paying jobs. India could never create high-paying jobs in the past. It still struggles to continue to create high-paying jobs. But IT outsourcing did create those high-paying jobs, 5 million high-paying jobs. For the first time, you had a good number of people in India enjoy a lifestyle comparable to probably the best in the Western world. And that created, confidence in India. Not just the 5 million IT jobs, but also it kicked off a parallel economy. Vendors who provided services to these companies also hired a lot of people. So it had the, I would say, multiplier effect, if you will, in terms of job creation in India. And it created high-paying jobs. And the beauty was that for the first time in India, there was, a set of companies that created a very informal culture, informal work culture, and non-hierarchical work culture, high integrity work culture. And I think the reason why all of this could happen was that not because of the government, but in spite of the government. None of these companies had to ever interact with the governments in India to be able to do business. They had clients from the Western world. They could directly work, without too many approvals. So all of this actually went on to create a $250 billion industry in India. We still continue to talk about the IT industry as a source of pride. So that has been an amazing journey for India. So first generation entrepreneurs, you had the Nandan Nilekanis, you had, Narayan Murthy, Azim Premjis. And it's not that these companies didn't have the fair share of trouble. It's not that all of them were squeaky clean. You had a Satyam as well. But, largely this industry created a very high set of ethics, very different kind of a work culture, a very different degree of professionalism, very informal culture. And that, I think, was a big thing. But India remained to be a dichotomy. When you had clients from the West who came to India, they would land at the airport and would be shocked that India produces such amazing engineers who worked at those companies, at IBM, Google, and were amazing. They found that when they landed in India, the airports were cramped, ramshackle airports, very poor infrastructure. You would have flights landing and people, boarding planes from very, very rickety places. The Bangalore airport, I still remember before it was modernized, was, unbelievable. It reminded me of the Tenkali airport in Phantom Comics of my earlier childhood days. And those were the kind of places. And the ride from the airport to the office was also terrible. Potholed roads, cows in the streets, congested roads. So India continued to be a dichotomy where its public infrastructure was in terrible shape, yet India continued to be a powerhouse. I think we have been living with this dichotomy. We've been trying to figure out what we could do with this dichotomy. The Western world has, after a few years of being completely puzzled, have also begun to understand and accept that not every engineer in India is as good as the best IIT engineer who works in the West. They realize that after coming to India, they realize that, 70% of engineers probably are not employable by companies in by those companies in their standards. Only 25% are probably employable. And because they don't, the remaining don't bring the right kind of skills. And therefore, we produced engineers in large numbers. And that has been India's problem, which is that we produce graduates and engineers in very large numbers, but of very poor quality. For instance, of late, MBA has become the new BTech. Everybody is doing an MBA. People from all kinds of backgrounds, engineering backgrounds, arts backgrounds, science backgrounds, all doing MBAs. And the number of colleges that have, providing an MBA degree have proliferated. But the quality is so poor because the intake itself is so poor. So India's problem has been quantity, but the quality has been really very short. We'll just move now to the next phase of entrepreneurship in India. So we talked of, the family businesses who were entrepreneurs. Next, we came to the Y2K opportunity post-liberalization. We realized that there was a bit of a level playing field. We saw first generation entrepreneurs for the first time in India began to create businesses. For the first time, graduates from good B schools, good engineering schools in India believed that entrepreneurship is the way out rather than migrating to the West. And that was the first phase of entrepreneurship, which created some wonderful outcomes for India, created a great outsourcing services industry for India, gave this nation confidence on the world stage. For the first time, we had respect. We were, people from other countries began wooing us. And we did not depend on foreign aid any longer. We still continue to depend probably, but not as much as before. We became more self-sufficient in food as well. So many things began coming together in India's journey or quest for prosperity.
I think the next big thing happened in 2008. In 2008, two young engineers, Sachin and Binny Bansal from IIT Delhi, created this company called Flipkart. Flipkart became India's answer to Amazon. Amazon had not yet come into India. And why did this happen? Why was India ready for a Flipkart? Why did everything come together? Why did we reach tipping point for a Flipkart to be able to take off the ground and rocket ahead? The reason is simple in some ways. Because, China was a very successful story. China did what India did in 1991, China did in 1978. And in 1978, China also went in with a one-child policy. China's fertility rate in 1978 was 2.9. This was India's fertility rate after almost 3 decades in 2006. So China became extremely prosperous. 1978, our per capita income was the same. GDP was the same. But today, they are almost 5 times that of India. So China raced ahead because they had a head start and they adopted policies which probably democracies may find it difficult to adopt, but they raced ahead in terms of their GDP and economic growth. And many companies from the West, many venture capital funds, hedge funds from the West, invested in opportunities in China. Several great startups got created. Alibaba, Tencent, Didi, JD, so many huge companies got created. Amazon took a long time for scaling. Alibaba scaled in a much, much shorter time frame. So the Chinese companies scaled in a much shorter time frame than even the American companies had taken. And the reason I think is very uncomplicated, which is that, if you provide a free market environment in a fast track setting, then natural trends will take shape very quickly. And that's probably what happened. Fast track setting and a free market mechanism to, propel that. Quickly, some trends took shape. And those trends created these behemoths that we're talking about. To illustrate the power of these startups, Yahoo had made an investment in Alibaba. And that investment, when Alibaba went public, yielded them greater returns than what the sale of the core business of Yahoo yielded when it was sold to Verizon. So their investment in Alibaba was more valuable than the core business of the company itself. So this indicates the extent of success of these Chinese startups. And many of these large hedge funds and VC funds, private equity firms that had tasted success in China realized very quickly that India is the next big opportunity. And you need to be there quickly. So there was a fear of missing out. Those who had succeeded in China wanted to succeed in India. Those who missed out on China also wanted to succeed in India. So they came in large hordes. All these VC firms, the private equity firms, the hedge funds, and the mentor ecosystem got built. Early stage successful entrepreneurs from previous generation became mentors. The whole thing took shape very quickly. It got accelerated. And Flipkart went on to create the Amazon of India. It's a different matter that Amazon also came and competed very successfully, did some amazing things in India, but Flipkart got created. And probably it'll be very difficult for India to create a Google, but it'll be very easy for India to create many more Flipkarts going forward. For the first time in India, entrepreneurs were solving India's problems. The first generation entrepreneurs, in the prior generation, were solving problems of the West through outsourcing, by providing cheap labor relatively. But these guys were for the first time solving India's problems. India's problems appeared seemingly unsolvable. They seemed wicked, too difficult to solve. If you just look at any of India's problems, bad infrastructure, poor education, poor quality of teachers, every problem seems unsolvable. But several people are putting in their little bits and in trying to solve these in different ways. But they seem very complex. But the entrepreneurial ecosystem took shape to be able to solve some of these problems for India. So you had so many entrepreneurs, hundreds, if not thousands, who were inspired by Sachin and Binny Bansal to go down the path of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial companies, startups got day 0, day 1 slots in premier engineering and B schools in India for the first time. And that was never the case earlier. These companies were paying very high salaries compared to the previous startups in India, which were the services companies. Services companies did not recruit very high quality talent. They required talent in quantity, whereas this new age startups required talent of high quality. So they also paid well. And many, It became fashionable, therefore, in many of these colleges to work for these startups. And these startups, for a combination of reasons, have been able to attract the right kind of talent. In India, you have probably 250 unicorns and sunicorns at this point of time, those who are about to become unicorns and those who are already unicorns. And these are hiring in large numbers, especially tech talent. And that's the reason why there is a huge shortage of tech talent. Each of them are building teams of 200 people. And imagine 250 of them are hiring 200 people each, 50,000 engineers in huge demand. The quality that they're demanding, the supply is less than 5,000. So the demand is for 10 times the quality of their supply. And therefore, you're finding a huge shortage of talent. So this set of entrepreneurs began to solve for the problems of India. So you look at all the brands that have got built in the last 10 years. Life today is very different for all of us because of these brands. We use Paytm, we use, Dunzo, we use a BigBasket, we use so many services from these companies that life today without these new brands, Zomato, Swiggy, without these new brands is absolutely unimaginable. They have entered our life in a way that we cannot get them out. So they have touched the lives of everybody in India. I would not say everybody in India, I'll come to that in a moment, but they have at least touched the lives of those who are in the tier 1 cities of India and those who are in the upper income brackets. So their lives have changed, and many of these companies went on to list as well. That is the story of the next generation of entrepreneurs who began solving problems of India. What they did was every time they would see a problem, they would think, how can I solve this? How can I bring in technology? How can I reimagine? How can I reduce the friction? So that's the way they began thinking. So everybody today is looking at problems in India and saying, which problem is unsolved? Which problem is big enough for me to solve? So that has become pretty much the kind of way in which entrepreneurs have been looking at problems in India. So problems are attractive now. They are not so-called unsolvable. They are not wicked. They are attractive because they are the target for these new age entrepreneurs who want to pick these difficult problems to solve. And it's not that these problems will go away in a moment. There are some problems which will still not go away. Now I'll come to the point, which is that these entrepreneurs still solve the problem only of the top of the pyramid consumers in India. Top probably 40-50 million consumers in India, many of whom lived in tier 1 cities and some in tier 2 cities as well, but mostly in tier 1 cities. Not that everyone in tier 1 cities is part of this 40 or 50 million consumers, but many of these 50 million consumers are a part of the tier 1 cities in India. So for example, who orders from Zomato, who buys from BigBasket, who buys from Flipkart? Many of these people with reasonably good income levels. So these companies solve the problems of the top 15 million Indians in India. The tryst with destiny was for these 50 million Indians. The tryst with destiny continues to elude many more Indians. And we just therefore needed a different set of entrepreneurs to come and address these problems. What these entrepreneurs did, the Sachin, Binny, Bansal, the Dunzos, is that they looked at the inconveniences of these 50 million people and figured out how can I bring convenience into their life at a price point they can afford. So price performance was like selling a Mercedes Benz versus selling a Maruti 800. So they were selling it to consumers who could pay, who had money in their pockets, but they still had not created the Maruti 800 because it was difficult to create that Maruti 800. It was a difficult proposition to sell in the marketplace as well. But then a few things came together. I'll just tell you quickly the story of, the shampoo sachets. So there was this guy in, Chinni Krishnan in a small town in Kadlur in Tamil Nadu. He had a deep understanding of the Indian consumer. He realized that many consumers in rural India or in the tier 3 towns in India may be poor, but their aspiration levels continue to be high. They live hand to mouth. They have daily wages. Therefore, they can't spend money on buying big packs of any product. If they buy a big pack of any product, they will consume their entire monthly, income, and they won't have money to buy the other things. And therefore, they're looking for these sachets. So he came out with a sachet for shampoos, sachet for, talcum powder. So that sachet idea was created successfully. The problem with the sachet was that the distribution costs are very high. Obviously, even if the per ml, price is slightly higher than the per ml price for a much bigger pack, these distribution costs are humongous. And that's the reason why Nobody dared to do this on large scale. But many companies realized that it makes sense. And today, 2/3 of all the shampoo sold in India is through sachets. And I'm using sachet going forward as a metaphor, which is in being able to sell in small products, in small quantities, being able to sell profitably, economically in small quantities. And if you can do that, then you are able to solve the problem of the next 400 million Indians in India. Fortunately, 3 people who might probably never have met created something which is amazing, which is, I would say, and Steve Jobs, Nandan Nilekani, and Mukesh Ambani came together without coming together to bring together the smartphone, broadband, and Aadhaar in a way that made delivering services at a sachet level suddenly economical. So the internet evolved in different countries in different directions. In the US, for example, the internet became largely an ad market, advertisement-driven internet in the US. In China, it became a walled garden. So they did not allow Chinese citizens to figure out what was happening outside. So they created their own, Google, their own Facebook, Baidu, and all of these companies. So it became a walled garden. In Europe, it went down the path of data protection, very heavy data protection, legislation around data protection. In India, it went down the path of creating high transactions, enabling low cost, low value transactions. So the Aadhaar rails were laid on time. You had the Geo network, which created large amount of broadband capacity in India for the first time. You had vernacular speaking, language speaking people in India on the internet for the first time. And by 2025, 2/3 of Indians will be vernacular speaking on the internet. 75% of all content on the internet will be in vernacular language. That's a huge change. It's a psychological change as well as a tangible change. And all of these rails have begun allowing many of these other entrepreneurs now to deliver sachet level quantity services economically. So you have companies like a Meesho. So Meesho is not an Amazon. So in India, for example, one way in which these retail companies got built was to kill the Kirana, which is to come up with an alternate model, which was very different from what the Kirana stores had. So in some ways, it was anti-Kirana. But many of these new age entrepreneurs, I would say the fourth generation of entrepreneurship in India, I would say this is about enabling the little guy, enabling the Kirana stores become effective, providing them the technology, providing them the supply chain services, leveraging what is there rather than creating everything new. That is how the next generation of entrepreneurship is touching the lives of 400 million Indians in India. The middle, for example, suddenly is becoming real. The middle class in India was imaginary in the past. It did not really exist. It existed only on paper, but the consumption power and the price at which the goods were provided to those consumers were such that they could not consume anything. Now, for the first time, their lives are changing as well. So you have all these companies which are now being set up, the Meeshos, and many of the likes are getting set up in tier 2, tier 3 towns in India. Entrepreneurs who are setting up these companies are not coming from IITs or from Bangalore or from Delhi. They are coming from tier 3 towns in India. In India, films and cricket have reflected society at large. So if you look at cricket, for example, in my growing up years, in the Ranji Trophy, in the beginning, the 75% of the time, it was Bombay, Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, which would win the Ranji Trophy. But in the last 15 years, if you look at 20 years, most of the times Ranji Trophy is being won by Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, these unbelievable places, Bihar. So if you just look at the IPL, the number of players who can't speak English is amazing. They're very confident about themselves in spite of not being able to speak a few words in English. When I was a kid, you were at a disadvantage if you could not speak English. Today, if you can't speak Hindi or a good regional language well, you're at a disadvantage. That's a very positive change for India as a nation, both psychologically as well as tangibly. So these changes are happening in a very big way. So just as you have these tier 2, tier 3 people participating in the Indian Cricket League, you're also having entrepreneurs from these towns who deeply, deeply understand the problems of consumers in these tier 3 towns, solving for them. You have venture capital partners who grew up in these small towns funding them. I can't imagine someone who grew up in Bangalore, studied at Bishop Cotton School, understanding the problem of farmers in Bihar, for instance, it becomes very difficult because the way you grow up, the way you've been brought up, the circumstances that you experienced, it shapes you as an individual and the kind of problems you understand and want to solve. So that's a very, very good sign. I think this is the next stage of entrepreneurship that I am talking about. So we talked of the family businesses, we talked of the outsourcing industry in India, which created a business around solving problems for the West. Then we had Sachin, Binny Bansal and the gang of entrepreneurs, unicorns that were built in large numbers to solve the problem and convenience needs of 40 to 50 million top of the pyramid consumers in India. And now this wave of entrepreneurship is touching the lives of the next 400 million Indians in India. And I think that is an amazing thing. I'm very delighted to see many of these companies reaching finish lines. I know some people are skeptical. They will say Paytm share price collapsed by 50% after listing. Was it a company that deserved its valuation? Does Zomato deserve its valuation? Are they profitable companies? They're not profitable companies. So how come they enjoy their value? That's a subject for a different day. But these companies have built amazing brands. Many of these brands are so powerful that we cannot imagine life without these brands. We cannot imagine life without payments online. Many of these big banks are not those who are facilitating payments. They are not facilitating new loans. It's the fintech companies. Many of these banks were arrogant. They said we can't lend money to many people because they're not creditworthy. Who said they were not creditworthy? Just because you don't have mechanisms to figure out somebody is creditworthy, you blamed them and branded them as not creditworthy and didn't give your loans to them. You thought nobody else will give the loans. But the point is that new fintech companies figured out this as an opportunity. Underserved customers by arrogant banks were identified as potential opportunities by these fintech entrepreneurs who figured out ways in which they could give many of these people, deserving people, loans. Many of these people, it's like priming a pump. Any of you who's an engineer will know that when you start a pump, you just need to put in some initial water for priming. If that initial priming is not done, the pump will never be able to take off. And India's problems are, many of the problems are like that. They just need the right kind of priming. What these fintech companies realized was that priming is to be provided and we will do it. The banks didn't realize that. They were arrogant. They did not serve these customers. And that's how industries get disrupted, when they ignore a bunch of customers and brand them as unworthy. And that's how these new age fintech companies are coming. So these fintech companies are also touching the lives of 400 million Indians. They're providing loans to the blue collar workforce who probably would never have got loans otherwise. They're providing loans to millions of women in rural India, and women have a much higher propensity to return and repay the loans because they use the money which they get for enhancing the family income and doing good for society. They are better entrepreneurs at a fundamental level, micro entrepreneurs. So these fintech entrepreneurs have figured that out. And even many of the economic, there was a Bangladeshi Nobel laureate, I don't remember his name, but he also figured out, that the microcredit business is going to, Mohammed Yunus was his name, I recall. Yeah, he said that, these microcredit is going to be very helpful because it can prime the pump. So fintech entrepreneurs in India are doing that, priming the pump, the 400 million consumers. But yet I would say 800 million consumers in India are yet to be touched. They are waiting for their tryst with destiny. And I'm hoping that that wait is not going to be very long. With this, I will end my session. Anil, you're on mute.
Mr. Garg, you're on mute, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Hari. I don't know how time has flown. I just looked at my watch now, and we've been hearing you so intently, and it was really wonderful seeing you explain the journey from being a closed economy to where we are today. And it was most fascinating. According to me, it was actually a confluence of factors. A confluence of really amazing factors. One, of course, was the English language that we have in our country as a means of communication. The second was the balance of payments crisis that arose, which forced us to liberalize. The IMF was very very clear that we have to liberalize, we have to open up the economy. And we ended up doing that. And fortunately, we had able leadership at the top, who actually was able to bite the bullet and make it happen. So those enabling factors really happened at the right time. And of course, the Y2K requirement came along, and all our people were ready to jump in and seize the opportunity, so to speak. So it's extremely fascinating. And then you moved on to how entrepreneurs were able to do things in India in spite of not being from business families. So that I think is a huge enabler. End of the license Raj. I won't call it the end, except certainly, significant reduction in roadblocks for starting business, etc. So it was very fascinating. And then starting with Flipkart and how we started meeting Indians' needs. And going along, there are so many other startups that have now come. But the underlying theme, Hari, as I understood it, is that there has to be ability to recognize an unmet need of the consumer. And that is the beginning. And then you have to have the tools and the enablement to be able to meet that need. There was always an unmet need, as you alluded to, because standing in line for a Bajaj scooter or for kerosene, etc., those unmet needs were there. But in those days, the tools to meet those needs were extremely restricted and in very few hands. So I wanted to thank you very much. We have a couple of questions if you have the time. So I'll just ask you a couple of questions. One question is relating to where we are versus China. How come China is far ahead of us? And with this US-China problems that are arising is just spoiling the atmosphere for doing business with China. So how can we address those is the first question.
That's a very difficult question to answer because it's complex and has multiple dimensions. You probably need somebody who understands geopolitics, economics, psychology, sociology to be able to answer that completely. But having said that, I think I'll just make some points which will not completely answer that question, which is that what China has been doing to its entrepreneurs, which is that eventually a democracy works well, but a totalitarian regime like China eventually ends up doing some very odd things. So they began clamping down on their very successful entrepreneurship, showing them their place. As a result of which, I think the entrepreneurship journey in China has suffered. Many of those who were investing in China figured out that it's not great to invest in Chinese companies anymore. And all the capital as a result came flowing to India. If you look at why so many unicorns got created in India, if you look at why in the last 1 year itself, so much of funding happened in India, I think one clear reason is because of what is happening in China. In that way, it's a bit of an advantage. Whatever happened in China has been an advantage for India. But why China has progressed so much, 5 times GDP, 5 times per capita income, is a very complex question. I don't think I'll try and address that in this.
Yeah, and if I may just add, Hari, China started this journey, like you said, in 1979. We started in 1990, and China has the political system in which they are able to implement things much faster as compared to the Indian system.
Yeah, so, these are some of the very common explanations, but I think the underlying issues are very much more complex.
True. So there's a question from Surabhi Rajak. For any new startup, after 1 or 2 years, competition arises. So is there any advantage of becoming first in that specific business? Or should one think a startup which will not face any competition?
See, there are no clear answers to most of these questions because for every saying, there's a counter saying. So there have been many startups which were first movers and which became extremely successful and took on leadership positions. But many times first movers also suffered from huge disadvantages, and second movers and late movers became market leaders. And you can find so many examples. Google was not the first search engine. It was not even the top 5 search engine. It was not the first 5 search engines also. And you had Apple who had the first mover advantage. Coke had the first mover advantage. So you can give equal number of examples of first mover and late mover. Even in India, if you see, sometimes late movers have an advantage because late movers are able to leverage new technologies, whereas early movers have used old technologies and create such big legacy and technology debt that it becomes very difficult for them to get out. So sometimes late mover advantage, especially when technology is changing very rapidly, can be very helpful also. And late movers also have the advantage of learning lessons from those who failed in the beginning or those who were successful but saw some learn some lessons. Those lessons can be learned in an accelerated time frame. So I think there is no clear answer as to first mover, last mover, late mover. I think if you're passionate about doing something, if you want to solve a problem deeply, go ahead and solve the problem. Don't worry about that question at all.
Right. Thank you. There's one more. However, you've answered it already, but I'll just share the question anyway. Pinaki Ranjan Bhattacharya. Startups are mostly seen in urban India. India is mostly having bottom of the pyramid. What about serving these people? So I think you've elaborated this at length, except if you'd like to add anything.
No, nothing more. I would say that I think this is a problem. This is something that I can see being addressed. I mentioned the confluence of factors coming together: smartphone, ubiquitous smartphone, broadband, the Aadhaar rails being in place. All of that is enabling some of the problems of these remaining Indians to be solved. And I can see many. I am also part of VC funds, so I see the entrepreneurs, a lot of them, and many of them are coming from these tier 3 towns. If not, having studied there, the college may have been at IIT or some college in a tier 1 city, but they have grown up in many of these small towns and they are beginning to very actively solve their problems. So I personally believe that the 400 million Indians, many of their problems are going to get addressed in the near future. But the question is remaining 800 million. I think their problems are very complex. You need social reforms. You need social entrepreneurship to all come together to bring them to a level where market forces can then begin to target this group. Market forces don't work unless there's some minimum conditions are met. Market forces completely fail to solve certain problems. These problems have to be solved by social entrepreneurs and social reformers to bring society up to a level where they're amenable to be solved by market forces.
Right. So I'm sorry, but we are completely out of time. Would have loved to keep chatting up with you, Hari, because of the insights and the wisdom you offer. It's amazing, and especially coming from a person who's actually been hands-on and and involved in this whole journey. So unfortunately, we've come to the end of our session, and I just wanted to thank you once again, Hari. It's been a very insightful and a very interesting session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anil. Thank you, Calcutta Management Association. It was my privilege completely.
Over to you, Jimmy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garg. It was really amazing. Thank you, Mr. Hari. Amazing insights. One would never really, look so much into it the way you brought it out. And it is really a learning experience. And I'm sure a lot of inputs have been taken by the people across YouTube, Facebook, as well as in the Zoom session out here. Thank you so much. And our next session is going to be a little amazing, a little different. Dare to Dream, a live pitch-up session with 3 startups. And for that, I would like to welcome Mr. Indranil Banerjee, Joint Treasurer, CMA, to kindly introduce and take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have Ravi Ranjan, who is an entrepreneurship evangelist, startup expert, a TEDx speaker, and an alumni of International Visitors Leadership Program, a premier professional exchange program by US Government Department of States. Over the years, Ravi is helping startups, entrepreneurs, and government across India to solve problems using the entrepreneurship, technology, and innovations. Ravi is a regular speaker at top T and B school in India, such as IIT, IIMs, and NIT XLRIs. along with being a regular speaker and mentor at startup events across India. His expertise lies across sectors such as entrepreneurship, angel investment, venture capital, early stage ventures, government relations, global startup ecosystems, business incubator, operations, events, and media. Avid interest in handling multiple geopolitical challenges. With his background of journalism and communication, Ravi thrived in new challenges, committing to continuous learning and thought leadership. A connector, mentor, and keen observer of ever-shifting and metamorphosing startup ecosystems, society, business, government space. That is the reason Ravi has worked extensively with government of United States, UK, government, Denmark, and others, as well as Indian states government and central government. Ravi and his organizations also partner for Startup India Startup Yatra campaign. Let me welcome Ravi Ranjan, curator, business advisor, and project lead of Shark Tank India. Thank you. Welcome, Ravi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. Such a pleasure to join the Calcutta Management Summit today. It was really insightful listening to Mr. Hari, and really excited for this session. This is how the session is planned from here. I would take not more than 10 to 12 minutes to talk very quickly about three things. Number one, suddenly everyone is talking about startups across the world, across India. What is happening? Why suddenly there's a surge? Number one. Number two, I'll talk about how Indian startups are not only disrupting, but they are actually becoming a very key part of the Indian economy. Number three, I'll talk about how Venture Catalyst Group is supporting this entire initiative to take it to the next level. I would go ahead and share a very quick presentation with all of you to talk about what's actually happening across the world and why suddenly everyone is talking about startups. My name is Ravi Ranjan, and I take this opportunity to present my organization, Venture Catalyst, in front of you. Venture Catalyst is India's first integrated incubator. We are creating the world's largest community-driven early-stage integrated incubator. As per Forbes, we are the disruptor of Tier 2, Tier 3 ecosystem in the country, democratizing early-stage funding. This is a very interesting presentation. This talks about the Indian diaspora across the world, what is their contribution. If you look at, this is the golden age of entrepreneurship by not only Indian, but the Indian diaspora across the world. In India, we have 100 plus unicorns, and 67 unicorns in Silicon Valley are founded by Indian founders. 40% of the top Silicon Valley talent is Indian. 30% of Fortune 500 CEOs are Indian. In India today, we have 100,000 startups just in the country. In 2021, $70 billion was raised by Indian startups, which is a 7 times increase compared to 2022. Interestingly, India witnessed 1 unicorn every 8th day in 2021. And just in the second month of 2022, we have already had 9 unicorns in the last 46 days. If you calculate, that's 5 unicorns being created every single day. Now that's a phenomenal data point. Let me also go ahead and talk about some very interesting points as I was mentioning. Allow me a second here, please. So today, startups are not only creating unicorns and creating opportunities for people, but it's also supporting the entire global economy. If you look at it, and Venture Catalyst Group has been a very strong supporter of this entire initiative. There was a technical glitch. I'm just coming back with my presentation here. All right. As I was mentioning, this is the golden era. Venture Catalyst team was founded with the same vision, started by Dr. Ranjan Sharma, CA Anuj Kulecha, Anil Jain, and Mr. Gaurav Jain, who have together built some really interesting businesses and supported companies such as Oyo, which is currently 10 billion plus valuation, BharatPe 2.8 billion valuation, and we are supported by some of the industry veterans such as Mr. Ritesh Agarwal from Oyo Rooms, Mr. Damani ji from DMart Group, Mr. Kamal Agarwal from Haldiram, and many such leaders. We are the third most active community-driven incubator globally. We have 200 plus portfolio startups, 260 plus deals, $500 million plus syndicated portfolio across our segments, $4 billion of combined portfolio valuation. We received 18,000 plus startup applications. We have 5,000 plus investor network, and we are currently live in 47 cities in India and 5 regions outside of India. If you look at the data published by Crunchbase, we are the 7th largest incubator across the world, and as per your story, we are the 3rd largest group in terms of deal size. Some of our very interesting companies are BharatPe, which has given 197x return to our investors. Companies such as Rooten and Koot, who have also given very interesting insights. Now, this is a very interesting data point for the last year. In 2022, Indian startups raised $42 billion. 50 plus startups are eyeing IPOs in 2022 versus what was 9 in 2021. There are 42 unicorns in 2021 compared to total 43 so far. The first startup IPO happened with a 66% premium and 13 billion market cap. There has been 1,583 deals which have received funding, which is more than 1.66 times compared to 2020. Also, if you look at early stage startups, they raised $1.65 billion last year, which is a very phenomenal number, and the average ticket size has increased for startups raising $2.4 million. Biggest Group in 2022 did 208 deals, collectively invested $623 million, and 63 startups received up rounds. Some of our very interesting, liquidity rounds and exits which have happened so far, such as BharatPe, which received funding from mix of investors, to companies such as Zone, who have received money from Kiritsu, to PSafe and RarePlanet, so interestingly, RarePlanet will be presenting today, and they have given 12x return. They were also recently on Shark Tank India. Interestingly, Venture Capitalist Group had an opportunity to support the very, very popular Shark Tank India program in the country. I'll move ahead and just talk very quickly about that. We are not only working in India, but we are also receiving recognition from some of the top global investors, companies such as Google, Facebook, BNext, Investment Corporation of Dubai. All of them are investing along with Venture Capitalist Group. This is the Global Growth Program, where we have presence in Canada, US, UK, GCC region, Singapore, Hong Kong, and in India, we are in all the top cities across the country. Let me take a minute to talk about the potential and the power of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Today at this forum, I would talk about how venture capitalists believed right from the beginning that Tier 2 and Tier 3 has potential to grow exponentially, and our belief has been supported by some very interesting data points. I'll just share that very quickly with all of you here. Now, as we said, disrupting Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. To share some interesting data point, we are trying to create Bharat, an untapped and fertile market for the world. 30% of our portfolio and 40% of our investor base comes from towns, Beardo, Ahmedabad, IGP Lucknow, Confirm Ticket Mysuru, Pneumatic Goa, MyFitness Silvassa. We have catalyzed the growth of Tier 2 and Tier 3 ecosystem since 2015. We have enabled Tier 2 and Tier 3 founders with capital and incubation. Today, India's startups funding towards Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities have been 33%. We educated 1,000 plus investors in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. I had the privilege to organize hundreds of these events called Angel Investment Masterclass by Venture Capitalists across the country. Today, if you see, India's active investor base is in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of almost 20%. We also talk about sustainability. There have been 20 female founders compared to 5.77 national average in our portfolio. 35% are from Tier 2, Tier 3. 5 million plus SMBs are empowered. 20% has been an average income increase by our startups with their portfolio and their ecosystem. If you look at ESG, 10% portfolios are working across environment, social and governance related deals. Companies such as Ion and MB, they are working in very interesting segments of pollution and sustainability. Companies which are Crescento, Skill Answer, and Blue Smart Mobility are working towards the EV and solar segment. Financial inclusion, if you talk about, I'm sure you must have seen Impact Guru doing some phenomenal campaigns for people who are battling through various diseases, and they have been able to raise millions of dollars for people on their platform. Lane Dane and Kosh has given loans to undeserved people, more than $90 million. Home Capital has provided 100 million plus housing loans for underserved people, and Pinbox has provided 40 million for underserved people benefiting from pension and micro saving. We also have a very interesting India's first accelerator VC fund called 9 Unicorns. It's a SEBI-registered fund. It's a $100 million fund which invests in early and growth stage startups. We organize some very interesting events such as D-Day, C-Day, Headhunting, WeConnect, and we also do top-line push. This has been our 12-month snapshot. We combinedly raised $93 million, 32 million up rounds. We had 2 unicorns, Vedantu and Shiprocket, 7 unicorns such as Touch, Resha Mandi, Chingari, Goki, Melora, Flowbiz, and Blue Smart Mobility. Let me go ahead and stop right here, because for today the most important segment is where the startups are going to come and pitch their proposition with all of you. We have 3 startups who will be coming and presenting today, but before I do that, I would like to very quickly talk about why we started Venture Catalyst and how we can collaborate with the group. Venture Catalyst was started 6 years ago with an ambition and with a hope to democratize angel investment and support startups across the country. And I would be very proud to share that we have not only done that, but we have actually exceeded expectations both internally and externally. Now, under the Venture Catalyst group, we have various segments. We have the Venture Catalyst platform, which invests in startups up to $2 million. We have 9 Unicorn, which is an accelerator VC $100 million. We have a fintech focused fund called Beams. We have an open innovation arm called Incubate Hub. Corporates bring their problem statements and we provide solutions with our startups. We also have a very interesting corporate scout program where corporate leaders and CXOs can join the platform to provide mentoring, guidance, and also invest in early stage and growth, high growth startups. And finally, we have various events and activities which happen across the country. So all the senior leaders who have joined us today, you can explore mentoring these startups. And once you like some of the startups, you can consider investing in them as an angel investor. And once you grow from there, if you think that you would like to, take it one level up, you can also be a limited partner in the fund which is available there. But at the bottom line, we always believe that we want to support the Indian startup ecosystem, and that's something which we have been doing. And you'll see from our portfolios who are going to present today, the kind of problem they are solving is phenomenal. Before I invite the startups for the presentation, I would be happy to take any questions which are available from audience or online. If not, then we will move ahead to the next segment. I'm done here. I would once again take this opportunity to congratulate CMA and thank them to give us the opportunity to the Venture Catalyst Group to join this very prestigious event, to come share our thoughts and demonstrate some of the very interesting solutions which our startups have created. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Considering we don't have any questions, I would now take this opportunity to invite my colleague, Ms. Komal Shah, Head of the Corporate Scouts Program, to take the session ahead. Komal would invite the 3 startups one by one, where they would come and they would talk about their very interesting solutions. After every startup is presenting, we would have some time for question and answer. Now, I understand this might be a new experience, but just listen to their pitch. See what is the problem they are trying to solve, and I'm sure you would have some very curious questions. We'll be more than happy to take them. So we finish startup 1, then we bring startup 2, startup 3, and then we conclude the entire session, and that is the flow of the event today. Over to you, Komal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi, for the kind introduction. Thank you, CMA, for giving us an opportunity to present at the forum. So, further ado, I would like to present 3 of Venture Catalyst funded startups over here, so that they can share across their business model, they can share what exactly they are doing and what made them approach Venture Catalyst platform, and now how they are growing, and what's the further development going on with the startups. Yeah. So presenting Vineet Singh, who is currently a co-founder and CEO of Castler. He is a salesman and a business builder with around 20 plus years of work experience in varied sectors, including mobility, payments, real estate, e-commerce, jobs, matrimony, and travel services. He is a specialist in large-scale execution, both online plus offline. He has built and managed scale from scratch to rupees 150 crore plus revenues, handle 2000 plus people, 50,000 plus enterprise clients, manage 75 plus locations, 1 million plus merchants, both unorganized and organized retail, and present in multiple geographies, including India, Middle East, USA, and SEA. Over to you, Vineet, to take it forward from here. Why don't you present Kassler to the audience out here?
Yeah, thank you, Komal. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Komal. And thank you to Calcutta Management Association for giving this wonderful opportunity for us to evangelize Kassler Digital Escrow Banking Solution Suite to this esteemed audience. So we'll just get started immediately. So as I said, Kassler's endeavor is to digitize escrow banking. We are transaction and industry agnostic. So any transaction, any industry, you can use Kassler Digital Escrow Banking Services. Now we are becoming border agnostic as well. So we are building the solution suite for cross-border transactions, which will launch in a couple of months' time. Sorry, I'm not able to move my screen. Just give me a second.
Vineet, are you able to take it, move your screen now?
No, I'm not. I'll just stop the share and do the sharing again. Just give me a second, please.
Sure.
No, it's frozen. Just I'll do that again. Just a second, guys. Sorry for this glitch. Yeah, okay. So let me tell you a bit about our team first. So I and Dinesh, we are the two co-founders. We know each other for close to 20 years. I was an early stage team member in Naukri.com way back 22 years ago. I joined them in 2000 as a head of sales and operations. I was the 9th employee. And I spent 15 years as a part of the management team of InfoEdge. So did a bunch of things there. Built Naukri, 99 Acres, Jeevan Sathi, Naukri Gulf. Dinesh was also a part of my sales team, and then he contributed in Naukri.com, Naukri Gulf, and then was the sales head at 99 Acres. Ritesh is a third partner. Ritesh is a banking and fintech expert. I know him since my MobiQuick days. And Ritesh, he's been a banker and fintech expert working out of London for the last 11 years. And he's been helping us with product from day one. And he's coming on board as a formal, as our CPO and co-founder in the month of May, formally. Apart from us, we have a young team. Abhinav leads product. He's a fintech expert, ex-banker. Varun is a corporate banking specialist. He's a unique banker in the sense that he is specialized and built his career in escrow banking. Used to manage almost $500 million in escrow transactions in his last role. And Kaustubh is a tech lead, a very, very outstanding kind of a techie, an ex-founder himself, did a edtech startup before coming on board Kassler. So we are a very humble setup, 12 people. And we raised an idea stage pre-seed round of $500,000, which was led by a venture catalyst and 9 unicorns. This round we did in March 2021. So look, over the last decade, slightly more than that, you can say 12, 13 years, the unbundling of banking has been happening and primarily driven by digitization. Hari touched upon this in his keynote as well, to a great extent. So it all started with, you can say, lending, payments, and now it is touching, you can say, savings accounts, current accounts, and the other core, you can say, banking products and services. One area which we found was totally neglected and untouched upon was escrow banking. This is a serious piece of banking. It's a special purpose account. The account is controlled by terms and conditions signed or agreed between transacting parties. slightly complex bit of, you can say, transaction management as well. So we found an opportunity here, and our endeavor at Castler has been to digitize escrow banking. So we'll tell you more about this market and how we see, how we have been executing on this opportunity in later slides. So we had to build a totally new, you can say, kind of a business model to digitize escrow banking because the account belongs to a transaction or terms and conditions agreed upon and signed between transacting parties. Seamless API banking is not possible for escrow transactions or escrow accounts. So we built a new business model. Here we open a master escrow account in a RBI licensed bank. We partner with a bank and a certified trusteeship company. The bank becomes the escrow bank, the trustee becomes the escrow agent, and all withdrawal rights in the master account are given to the trustee. So let's say if one of you is buying a apartment in Kolkata, if the value is 10 CR, the first payment, bayana payment as we say it in North India, is 1 crore, and you want to use Castler digital escrow solution. So and a digital escrow account is set up between transacting parties. So you can sleep peacefully at night, knowing fully well that your money lies in an RBI licensed bank. Your money is under the custody of a certified trusteeship company. And Castler cannot run away with your money. Your money is 100% safe and secure because withdrawal rights are only with the trustee. So only the trustee can approve payout transactions from the master escrow account. So this is the model that we have built, on which we are currently live with 4 banks, and we work with 4 trustees as well. Sorry. Let me go back. There's a lag. Yeah. So because it is a new business model, we had to build a totally new stack on the tech side as well. So we go to a bank, we do an agreement with them. Via that agreement, we integrate into a couple of APIs of the bank. On top of that APIs, we have built a digital banking product. You can call it a CRM suite or some sort of a transaction management suite. And our customers who are enterprises, our enterprise business is currently live. Our customers can access this digital escrow transaction management suite through a web login, through a white label product, through API integration, through an app. We are just on the verge of doing final testing with the enterprise app. So through an app. So it's a industry first generation kind of a product. Nobody has tried to digitize escrow banking before. So Castler is the first one. And it's a very unique kind of a solution that we have built. Sorry for this. I'm missing a crucial slide here. So I was going to tell you about market sizing, actually. Let's move on to these slides. I'll tell you the information anyways. Okay. So the market sizing. So I'll give you a sense of escrow banking market size in India. So around 1 lakh companies in India use escrow accounts. And what are the pain points with escrow banking? So once you go to a bank to open an escrow account, it takes you anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to 15 to 20 weeks to open an escrow account. The agreement takes a few weeks in itself. And the cost is humongous. The bank charges you maybe a couple of lakh rupees for opening the account. Then there are trustee fees, there are lawyer fees as well for the agreement. So Castler, you can say, circumvents all that. The way the Castler model works is that we do 100% seamless digital onboarding. So eKYC, Aadhaar, bank account, the CIN number, GST number, the director PAN cards, etc. Everything, the DIN numbers of directors, everything is KYC'd online. The agreements are executed digitally online. So e-agreements, e-stamp paper, e-sign. So all of that are used, and seamless onboarding happens. And the product that we use, which has found great traction in the market, is first of its kind of features for escrow banking. So instant SMS and email notifications to all transacting parties. Lots of features through escrow accounts. Payments can be made to UPI, to prepaid cards. Role-based access control can be set up in the dashboard. Okay, so as an administrator of a large organization, when you log in, you see all your, let's say, 100 escrow accounts. When somebody logs in, they see only 10 accounts or 5 accounts as per their role. A unique, you can say, maker, checker, approver protocol for 100% secure transactions. No mistakes can be made. So it's a very, very unique kind of a product that we've built. And as I was saying, 1 lakh companies in India use escrow accounts. The total market size is around $100 billion. And the total revenue pool, interestingly, which excites us to build this business, is around $2.5 billion. So around $1.5 billion in fee-based income and around $1 billion in interest-based income. For most of escrow transactions, the escrow account is a zero interest account. So it's highly revenue accretive to the bank. So the escrow business is extremely profitable for the bank as such. So we become a great partner by bringing fresh escrow business to the bank. Our revenue model is a mix of new innovation as well as what currently happens in the market. So like the current revenue model in the market, we charge you an escrow fee for escrow agreement and account setup, etc., which ranges from anywhere from, you can say, 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. For every, you can say, digital escrow account, we charge you a fee, which varies from 500 to 3,000 bucks. Then we charge you a monthly fee, which can be a fixed fee or a percentage fee for transaction management. And then for people, larger businesses who, you can say, integrate into the API, we charge you an annual fee for API integration and maintenance. Now, before I end, I wanted to give you a snapshot of our performance. We've been live since April 2021. So we are currently in our 10th month. And in the last 10 months, we have done business of around 400 crores. We have acquired close to 100 plus active customers. Our overnight balances over the last 45 days have been 16 crore plus, and we manage close to 300 transactions every day. So great traction. Around 100 large companies, enterprises across India are using our solution. So would love to have do business discussions with the CMA audience as well, in case they want to utilize Castler Digital Escrow Banking Services. This is about the market sizing. Okay, so I think I touched upon this. It's a large market, close to $100 billion. Okay, the escrow can only be not only be for money. It can be for you can say, cross-border transactions, source code escrow, shared escrow, title escrow. So it's a one-stack, multiple business opportunity. And I'll come you to the current round, since we are closing our current round right now. So we are doing a $1 million CCD round. The floor is $8 million post money. The cap is $10 million post money. To participate via the VCAT syndicate, the minimum check size is 10 lakhs. To come directly on the cap table, the minimum check size is 50 lakhs. So any leads would welcome any leads from the audience to do, you can say, more detailed and in-depth conversation. So over to Indranil and Komal, and any questions, would love to take the questions.
Yeah, so Vineet, we do have some questions coming on the chat box. If you can you answer these? So one is, what's the decisive competitive edge that Castler has over others? So if you can answer that.
Yeah, sure. So look, in a way, the first guys who tried to digitize escrow banking in India started way back in 2003. So maybe they were way ahead of the time. Okay, so the edge that we have is we have built a few businesses in the past, okay, as employees or as CXOs or as, you can say, co-founders or part of the founding team as well. And the main pain point that we are solving is for time, money, and resources. It takes, was talking to a very large home finance company. They have 600 escrow accounts in one leading private bank. And their current time cycle of opening a new escrow account is 14 weeks. So this is a large multi-billion-dollar kind of a company, 600 escrow accounts. Still, it takes them 14 weeks to open a new escrow. So you can understand, if a normal layman or a normal business goes to the bank to open an escrow account, what is a tedious procedure? And plus, the charges are reasonably high, resources, and it's a brick and mortar kind of a product. So that's the main problem that we are solving. Advantages over others, look, so we are on a hard path. Since we are, in a way, the first movers, we are learning as we execute. Okay, so as we acquire customers, as they use us, as they tell what they like, what they don't like, what more they want, we are building a first generation kind of a solution suite. So this is, you can say, hard, heavy lifting kind of product execution, but that's the nature of the beast for our business. But the traction has been good. Large businesses are trusting us with transactions worth tens of crores of rupees. So this is a trust business, frankly. We have 4 banking partners, another 6 are in the pipeline. So as is usually happens, when you start a business, almost everybody says ki nahi hoga, nahi chalega. So now almost all the banks, they are come back. 18 banks are in the pipeline. So 6 will go live by March 2022. So I think things are looking good. But yeah, very, very early days. Abhi Delhi dur hai, as the saying goes. So yeah, but even if we take 4-5% over the next 8-10 years, I think we will build a very large and profitable business in escrow banking. Yeah.
Yeah. So Vineet, we have one more question coming from Anil Garg. He says, Kasla, what is the income source and total estimated market for this service? If you can touch upon that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Anil, as I said before, the total market size is around $100 billion. And this is existing market. If we are able to crack escrow banking digitally, naturally, we will be able to grow the market. India mein retail side, there is hardly any escrow usage. Every day in the newspapers or in various digital media, you hear about, you can say, fraud stories. Shabana Azmi was robbed 1 lakh rupees. She ordered liquor online. Arvind Kejriwal is the Chief Minister of Delhi. His daughter was selling furniture online and she was robbed of 32,000 rupees from her bank account. So ye to chalo celebrity stories hai, which come in the media. What about tier 2, 3, 4 cities jahan pe fraud every day is happening? And it does not get reported by media. And the only way to stop that is building a digital secure retail escrow product. That's what we are doing. But wo to baad mein hoga. Abhi the market is around $100 billion. The revenue size, the revenue pool, which is split between banks, lawyers, and trustees, is around 4.5 billion. So it's a very, very revenue accretive kind of a market. We are a humble setup. Our burn is 12 lakhs a month. Last month, our revenue was 6 lakhs. So kama rahe hain paisa thoda bahut, but early days for us. But yes, I like this business. I am slightly older, old-fashioned kind of a businessman. So like to those businesses where there is a clear path to profit, where there is money to be made for, you can say, key stakeholders, including investors. So we like this business because there is money to be made here. So we are adding value to the bank. Banks are also now passing some interest income to us. So that will become a reasonable source of revenue as our volumes increase. Yeah.
We need one question is there from our CMA president.
Ji, sir.
He asks about the competitive advantage that the Kasla has. Could you please enlighten upon?
So
thank you. Nice presentation.
Yeah. So a competitive advantage is, look, there are neo-banking startups at various shapes and sizes valued at billions of dollars. Okay. But I'm not only talking about India, but globally. But you know, banks are banks because consumers and businesses go and deposit money in the bank. Uske baad, the bank gives you credit cards, gives you fixed deposits, gives you loans, gives you other services. Okay. Neo banks globally, if you look at it, 80%, 90%, 95%, they do only 2 things. They sell you credit cards and they give you loans. Now we are trying to build a digital banking business the other way. All our customers deposit money in Kasla. Okay. So we are building a liability centric bank jo kisi ne nahi kiya, and which is very difficult to crack, frankly. So like our last month deposit balance was 16 crores. So early days, we are in our 10th month. So hopefully it will keep on increasing. Our competitive advantage is that we are a seasoned team. We know how to build a business. This is a trust-based business. We know that it will take 8-10 years. So we will build patiently. We are asking for patient capital. And I think the team is the business. So I think our team is the major competitive advantage that we bring on the table. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet, for answering those questions. And if you have any further questions, you know, Venture Catalyst team will be more than happy to take it ahead or probably connect with Vineet if in case need be. So please feel free to reach out to Venture Catalyst team on that front. So thank you, Vineet, once again.
Thank you, CMA. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
The second, Komal, I would like to thank Vineet as well. Vineet, thank you for being there. I know it's a tough business to be in, and wish you all the very best. And I'm sure plenty of networks would have opened up. Good luck to you, and I wish you all the very best, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Shinoy. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
So we have a second startup who will be presenting, named peAR Technologies. So Dharmin Vora, who is a co-founder, will be presenting on behalf of peAR Technologies. To introduce Dharmin, he is one of those 19-year-old who believes that a world can be a much better place, and instead of just pondering on and jumping from one idea to another, he makes sure every idea gets executed every time. He makes sure every team member is working optimally throughout the day, as he believes smart work is better than hard work. He has worked on various projects and has a keen interest in marketing, economics, and business management. He has always been passionate about food and was always disturbed by misleading ways of food representation, and thus came up with this startup. Over to you, Dharmin. Why don't you talk about peAR technology business and explain to them how what is the business about? Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, ECATS. Thank you, CMA, for the opportunity to present. So essentially, we started somewhere around 2019. Like that was, I remember I was still in my second year of college. That is when we actually raised our first round from VCATS. Essentially, we build augmented reality based solutions in and around the food tech category. I'm pretty sure you guys might have heard metaverse, augmented reality. These are the new age ways of how interaction is happening. We look at it as somewhere around 2000, 2001 is when people started switching in from normal internet to some sort of, we call it as a web 1.0 coming in, right? That is when different businesses were there. And now it has evolved, and this is an era where web 3.0, right? That includes cryptocurrency, that includes augmented reality, metaverse coming in. And we look at it more or less on the food tech part of it. So before jumping into that, on the team end, we are three co-founders. I, Parth, and Dhruvesh. I, prior to this, was a Facebook ads expert. I used to help a lot of US and UK based companies on their Facebook ads. Been in and around the whole digital space for the past 4 or 5 years. Parth, on the other hand, Parth and Dhruvesh, they both are the computer science graduates from DJ Sangvi. They have done their engineering. They have been working in augmented reality for the past 4 or 5 years, majorly for UK based or Dubai based companies. And then we started switching it more and got more focused on the India end. And this is what used to happen, right? We realized that food was any which ways being sold today on visuals. We see something on someone else's table, we see something online, and we end up ordering that. But whereas the menu cards are still on paper, like if food is a visual thing, why are we trying to sell it on paper? Like it doesn't make sense. We started thinking about it. We realized that the dine-in industry has remained the same over the past 100 years. Like the way you used to order food 100 years ago versus the way you are ordering food today remains the same. There is lack of digitization that has prevailed in the dine-in category. Delivery has changed completely thanks to the likes of Swiggy and Zomato. Not just in India, globally also we have seen delivery in the past 10 years or so has changed completely, but dine-in has remained more or less the same. And that was a huge problem. As a restaurant, on the restaurant end, there were really no ways for you to upsell. There was no data available. I never knew that, okay, as a restaurant owner, someone who is coming in, is he a repeat customer? Is he a new customer? What type? Let's say if he had ordered brownies for the last 3 times, at the 4th meal, can I try and upsell him with an ice cream brownie? Right? There was really, if you think about it, actually, even Google and Facebook does not have this data. Right? It was very crazy in that sense. And there was also no repeat type of thing happening. I'm pretty sure you might have a favorite restaurant that you visit very frequently too. But even then, once you're out of that restaurant, there is no communication between you and them. Right? There is really no communication channel that takes place. The restaurant never calls you back. And all of that was purely majorly because there was no data available on that end. Right. Broadly, the problem was that menu cards were still more or less in and around paper. And the overall dining ecosystem, if we think about it, is completely on paper and pen. Right? The ordering takes place on paper and pen. There's no data on anyone, and that was a huge problem. So that is when we created peAR. So and luckily due to COVID, it got accelerated. I'm pretty sure you might have seen QR codes at different restaurants, right? So once you scan a QR code using our app, you will be able to see the menu in 3D and augmented reality. As a customer, you can see it in different sizes, different angles. You can zoom in, zoom out. You know exactly that this is what you will be paying for, right? For example, let's say if you are going to spend 1,000 rupees, at least know what you are spending it on. You see ratings and reviews for the dish. You order from the app. You complete the bill payment from the app. You get loyalty points, cashbacks, and rewards for ordering from the app. So it becomes more or less an end-to-end ecosystem for the user and the restaurant. The restaurant end, this is how we look at overall the market right today. The dine out was probably way early in its time. They're trying to do build in and around the dining solution, but that never flew. Food delivery is where everyone is focused at, more or less a duopoly currently, whereas dine-in market is actually 4 times larger than the food delivery market. Right. Even if you ask, if you have run a few restaurants, if you ask any of your restaurant friends, everyone will tell that about 20% of their business, even today, that even after COVID, about 20% business is in and around the delivery part, and the remaining 80% is still on the dine-in part of it. Majorly, this is why the restaurants really love us. We help them increase their average bill value. We help them increase their repeat rates. So with the help of peAR, now the repeat rate for a restaurant has gone up to as high as 30% within a month. Right. We also help them increase their and build a communication channel. So let's say once you're out of the restaurant, they can still send you SMS, WhatsApp notifications, and create that trust and communication between you and the restaurant. And restaurants now finally get the data that they were never getting. Right. As a restaurant, they never knew what were their what were the ratings and reviews for each dish, what was their markup on items, what is the average value that is going, what is in stock, out of stock. They kind of get all of that data. We charge roughly about 5 to 10% commission on each order, right? And then we also provide different value adds to our existing restaurant partners. So for example, we provide supply chain to them. We have different integrations available for them, and then we charge separately in and around that. On the user end, so we started our app after the first wave of lockdown actually. That was around 2020 of October. And then from there, we have grown to having about 50,000 users on the platform. We currently do about 25,000 transactions in a month. And most of our users are purely organic, right? We have about 500 plus restaurants. We have multiple chains and high-end restaurants that are partners. We do an annualized GMV of roughly about 10 crores. We have about 4,500 plus 3D assets. It's a very tech-heavy business overall. We have great unit economics sense coming in, right? Cohort by cohort, we keep making profits on that end. We are currently present in Mumbai and Delhi NCR. We are hiring for Pune and Bangalore, and soon we might be in Calcutta as well. So that is how we look at scaling this to about 200 odd cities in India, scaling that past that, being present in about 10 odd countries in India. And our process of digitization is completely unique. The way you build the 3D models, it's a complete end-to-end digital solution for the restaurants, right? We have already been growing very fast. In August 2021, right, that was after the second wave of lockdown, we were doing roughly about 6,000 odd transactions in a month. We have scaled that in less than 6 months to do about 25,000 transactions in a month. Currently, we are actually, and by the way, we are the largest player in India to do this. We have the first mover advantage over here. There are global competitors out there like Snackpass and Kebab. They're building it on similar lines for US and UK. And we are already seeing that dining revolution globally happening. What has happened in the food delivery space with the likes of Zomato and Swiggy will be now happening in the dine-in space and that is actually 4 times larger market and has much higher and better unit economics and profitability sense that is there in that category. Currently, we are raising about 9 CR in pre-series A. Out of this, 6 CR is already committed. Most of the round is closed. VCATS is also participating in the round in some capacity. I remember VCATS had invested in us in 2019. That was our first round. And our value has almost 10x that in less than 2.5 years. Right. And then after this round, we'll probably have to raise another 2 or 3 rounds to achieve profitability. But we ideally want to be the largest player in India who is revolutionizing the whole dine-in category. What Swiggy and Zomato has done for delivery, we are looking to do that in the dine-in category. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharmin, for that presentation. And just can you just touch upon the profitability model of peAR, and what is the minimum investment quantum for what you look at by starting up any project?
Got it. So if someone wants to invest, then the minimum from VCATS. So basically, if they want to come via VCATS, then minimum check size is 5 lakhs.
No. In terms of starting your own project, as in, what's the minimum investment what you require when you want to associate with hotels, or the cost basically involved?
So actually, for restaurants, it's really profitable in that sense that there is no upfront charges that we take. It's a purely platform fee type of a model. Which is per order basis. So we generally charge roughly about 5 to 10% of the bill value. And restaurant being a very high margin place, right, where the gross margins are 60-70%. So this is something that really works well across. And that is why we are now partnered at about 500 odd restaurants. We have another 200 odd restaurants coming in each month or so. And we are growing very rapidly over that end.
Right. So is peAR Tech a one-stop solution for diners and restaurants, or they have to partner with other players as well in the market?
No, it's a one-stop solution for both the diners and the restaurants. We have already partnered with a lot of POS systems, a lot of people on the back end of it. So let's say once you order, we are already integrated with a lot of different companies. So it becomes a very seamless integrated solution for them. Also helps them reduce work size, helps them improve efficiency on that end as well. So that is how we look at it.
Okay. So of course we all know, the visibility pleasure is always there with the AR integration, but how would you take smell to it? Can AR also add smell to it?
Not today.
It's of course humorous, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We look at it that probably 3 or 5 years down the line, when augmented reality becomes that mainstay overall, that is when we'll see a lot of development that is taking place. We are already seeing actually a lot of things happening in and around similar things. Of course, largest being Facebook has changed themselves to being called Meta, right? That's a very good validation that even large giant like them are looking at that as the future, and helps us believe as well.
Okay. And how convenient is to use peAR Tech platform for the restaurant partners and user end, and users both? Yeah.
So it is actually very seamless sort of a integration for both of them, right? As a user, you simply just scan the QR code, complete your order. You get rewards, loyalty points, cashbacks for ordering from the app, right? So and you also get to see ratings and reviews for each dish. You get to see what your friends are ordering. You can share your loyalty points with your friends. You can do some sort of a group ordering. So it becomes a very social and immersive experience for a customer while they are dining in. And on the restaurant end, it helps them increase their profitability, helps them increase their margins, and help them get that data of their customers and build around that.
Okay, sure. So we have a question from Anil Garg. This is interesting, of course, the model, but what is the monthly burn rate, and when are you expected to break even?
So monthly burn rate today is roughly about 20 lakhs or so. and majorly that goes into team. And generally we break even in Mumbai when we do about 500,000 orders a month. So that is looking at somewhere about 1.5 to 2 years from now. And secondly, we look at it city-wise break even, right? So in each city, it takes us about, let's say, X number of orders to break even. So ideally, we look at it any sort of a profitability somewhere around 7 months down the line.
All right. Thank you. So thank you, Dharmin, for answering those questions to us. And it was great to have you present on the platform. And now we will be moving on to the next startup.
Yeah,
Mr. Andrejan.
Mr. Dharmin, it was a great presentation from you. I would request our chapter president, CMA president, Mr. Sinha, to say a few words if you have anything to say.
Just a thank you, Dharmin. I think wonderful to hear such an exciting prospect and so much of energy. Wish you all the very luck and look forward to seeing you in Calcutta soon. I do hope your services come to Calcutta and you break even more quicker. And wish you all the very best to become a unicorn. And we know that one day, hey, Dharmin was with us when we became a unicorn, right? Wish you all the very best, Dharmin, and thank you again for being with us today.
All the best.
Thank you so much for having me.
All the best.
Can we move to the third startup, Indraneet? Third and the last one to present.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we have Ranodeep Saha, who is a co-founder of RarePlanet Handicrafts, presenting over here. He is a 24-year-old guy, a computer science engineer and a founder of RarePlanet. He has also served as a regional ambassador lead for Mozilla from Southeast Asia, hailing from Kolkata itself. So I'm sure you guys can relate to him. Hailing from Kolkata, Ranodeep Saha started his journey as a dream incubator for the local artisans at the nimble age of 19. Apart from being an excellent entrepreneur, Ranodeep is a vocal supporter of LGBTQ rights and a movement, and is a champion of local artisans as well, giving them both a platform and a source of livelihood, not one to shirk away from the plight of the masses. RarePlanet eyes at employing a million artisans in a sustained way in the next 5 years and is constantly working to achieve this target. Thank you, Ranodeep. I can see you over here, and over to you to present RarePlanet to the audience.
Hey, hi. Thank you so much. It has been amazing. I have been connected to this since 10 in the morning and listening to such wonderful things. I would love to mention a few things. I'm from Calcutta. I'm a Bengali myself. I would love to play a video first and then deep dive into the pitch, and then maybe we are open to questions.
मेरे देश की मिट्टी है प्यारे, बस मिट्टी नहीं कहलाती है। कुम्हारों के हाथ लगे मिट्टी सोना बन जाती है। देश के कोने कोने की कहानी ये सुनाती है। कला ये भांति भांति देखो देश की शान बढ़ाती है। पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण देश के हर एक कोने से पूरा भारत ले आए हम अजब गजब इन कुल्हड़ में। पंजाब की फुलकारी से महाराष्ट्र की वारली, गुजरात भी थोड़ा घोड़े भागे। कमाल की कला बंगाल की पटुआ में, ओडिशा की रौनक पटचित्रा में। ओ चित्तारा भी खूब जचे कर्नाटक की हर चौखट पे। यूपी की सांझी देखोगे तो कागज में है फूल खिले। कुल्हड़ है या कला कोई तुम पूछो इन कुम्हारों से। आजादी की मिट्टी में एक अलग सी खुशबू है प्यारे। ये देश की मिट्टी है प्यारे।
तो इस बार जब देश फिर से आजादी का जश्न मनाए, आओ करें सम्मान उन कुम्हारों का जिन्होंने बनाया ये चाय का अजब प्याला, जो है इस देश का सबसे निराला। ये है देश की चाय का सलाम अपने देश की मिट्टी को।
Is my screen visible by any chance?
Yes, yes, it is, Ranodeep.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Cool. So namaste everyone. Me along with my set of amazing team, we are trying to build India's truly handmade lifestyle brand. Today, as I speak upon, we have more than 25 odd categories of indigenous products built by karigars, from fragrances to copper to fashion jewelry to ceramics to ladies' bags, on everything else that can be built by a karigar. Over last 1.5 years, we have opened 7 airport locations. We specifically build our own stores only at airports. We are there in Goa, Banaras, Kolkata, Bangalore, Durgapur, Goa arrivals. Bangalore, we have 2 stores in Jammu. So in last 3 weeks, we have opened 3 stores and 12 more stores in next 12 weeks. So we have been growing in the fastest possible pace. With the markets recovering in airports, our growth has been a hockey stick curve. We are also there in D2C with our entire portfolio on major marketplaces across the country and our own website, RarePlanet.in. In terms of retail, we are present with all the bookstores across the country, and then with all major airport retailers like WH Smith or a Relay, and then with big box retailers like Shopper Stop. We realize that India is a country of karigars. Almost 12 million karigars are there in this country. But then, did you ever realize why a karigar built product is not there in a duty-free shop or not in a super premium mall? Maybe these are the problems. Maybe they don't have access to great quality raw materials. They don't have access to infrastructure. There's a lack of credit. And even if a karigar builds great quality products, he is not able to take the product to a correct market. And India being such a difficult topography, it is difficult to ship one product from one part of the country to other part with the logistical challenges. So we tried to solve these problems for our karigar friends. The total addressable market for the kind of products we sell in India alone is $8 billion. Our product pricing is from 500 to 3,000. 18 to 65 is our bandwidth of customers. We operate in 6 channels, which include B2B domestic, D2C domestic, travel retail, export, corporate gifting, and coffee shop retail. Now, talking about a journey, how all this started. It was in 2014 when I started with engineering. I was doing my engineering from IIIT Kolkata, hailing from Kolkata itself. There used to be this very interesting chai venture called Tea Junction. It is still there. They used to give chai in this kullad, as a lamba wala kullad mein. So I used to paint on these kullers and sell them at school fest and college fest to pay my engineering fees. We were so poor that we couldn't even afford to do engineering. So I used to do that. If you remember in 2014-15, there was a influx of internet ventures. You had Ask Me Bazaar, you had Shop Clues, Flipkart had raised its first check from Tiger Global, and a lot more things were happening in the internet sensation at that point of time. Like today, it's a D2C growth story. In 2014-15, it was e-commerce growth story back then. So I thought, why don't we make something like a RarePlanet.in and just rock the market? But little did I knew as a first-year engineering student that it requires a lot of capital and a lot of skills to make any internet venture successful. And e-commerce businesses were not that easy back then. Today, you have access to a ShipRocket, you have access to a Razorpay and whatnot to start an e-commerce website in just 24 hours. But back then, things were really difficult. We started, but it didn't work. During those 11 or 12 months, I realized what we can change or how we can solve the problem for our karigars. It is at that period of time we figured out that this 3 rupee cooler painted by us can be modified to a microwave safe, dishwasher proof, and a better efficient cooler, and can be sold at 500 rupees. So today our coolers are sold at the price of gold. एक cooler 500 में बिकता है, वो भी मिट्टी का cooler. So you can well understand the growth we have given to our karigars. By 2016, when things were not working for us in digital, I didn't lose hope. I was still in my engineering days. I went to different bookstores to get a small rack to start selling our products. It was at Oxford bookstore in Park Street. We got a small one counter to start off. And in the first month itself, we had a revenue of 1.5 lakhs. I realized was business mein to dum hai, and we should go ahead and increase the number of touch points. So from one Oxford to Crossword to Starmark to Story, we spread our wings across the country, across the city first. But then by end of 2017, I realized कि यार bookstores तो अच्छे हैं, but our product should be there at airports. The Kolkata airport was new and the retail was just getting developed in Kolkata. So when retail was being developed, there was a company from UK who had started retail in Calcutta airport, which is called WH Smith. And when I met the airport director in Calcutta, he said, "Ki boss, opening a store inside airport is really difficult." And which I later on realized, and we started with WH Smith. What started with a small 30,000 ka order, today we are the largest suppliers for WH Smith, Relay, and other players across the country. Other than that, things changed. It was in 2018 when I graduated from engineering. 2018 end, I went to Venture Catalyst to raise my first rounds of fund. I don't know, back then there was not this huge quantum of business which we have today, profitability and everything else. Investors believed on me. They betted on the founder. We raised our first round on May 2019. I got my co-founder. We went on to make 100 odd locations. By March of 20, we were at a 6 CR GMV. And then in March, as we all know, we were hit by the pandemic. The whole B2B channel got destroyed, as in it was, the whole retail was destroyed for 6-7 months of the pandemic. We revived back. Luckily, as we are all talking about Tata's here, Tata Consumer Products reached to us in July of 2020 to do Desh Ka Kullar, and we did first edition of Desh Ka Kullar on 15th August 2020. I am proud to say that TCPL was so supportive along with us. They gave our karigars an opportunity to work, and we did this amazing campaign with them. Then in September of 20, we raised another round of fund at a 36 crore pre-money valuation, almost a 6x in valuation multiplier in only 13 to 14 months. By November, we were at a pre-COVID level. By Jan of 21, we opened our first airport store in Kolkata airport, then in Goa airport, then in Bangalore, then in Varanasi. And to 2021, again, Tata's came back to us and we did Desh Ka Kullar 2.0, this time impacting close to 7,000 karigars across different villages in that. By October, we hit a 1 crore net revenue run rate and we have been growing since then. Today, as we speak, we have got 21 airports, making RarePlanet the largest airport retailer of this country. So we used to talk about WH Smith and Relay. Today, RarePlanet in airports is bigger than WH Smith and Relay combined. So that is what an Indian company and this whole concept of profitable metrics can do. I'm a staunch believer that a sustainable and a profitable business has to exist with a startup like thinking in order to rapidly grow. And we have been EBITDA positive year on year. These are the stores which we are opening. We won the tender for the best airport in this country. This is a store which we are opening in Bangalore T2. This whole airport terminal is getting inaugurated in August of 2022. We are the first store which got selected for this new airport. We are present with all the marketplaces, planning to open 2022 airport stores, 50 odd mall stores, 100 to 150 square feet mall stores, so that the capex and opex is really low and we can turn around the stores really fast. On the team along with me, I have Mr. Vijay, my co-founder. Our age difference, I am 25, he is 52. We bring in experience and passion together. On the board, we have champion from Calcutta, Sagar Bhaiya, and then Apur Sharma from Venture Catalyst. On the advisory board, we have Namita ma'am, the shark from Shark Tank, Aniket sir and Gunvanji. We are a 45-member lean team and almost 10,000 plus karigars are impacted by us. Today we have 18 clusters across the country, almost 2,000 karigars directly impacted, 5,000 indirectly impacted. We open bank accounts for these karigars where the money is transacted in order to create a financial history. We have been doing that for last 2 years. I'm happy to announce on this call that recently we are launching a fintech fund only for our karigars. So you have a fintech fund for farmers, you have P2P lending for urban dwellers, but you had nothing for karigars. We are the first company to come ahead with a fintech fund for karigars to help them with working capital. And this has been the huge impact which we have been doing. And as we all know, Tatas are the best people to judge impact and impact metrics. And maybe they have judged that. And that's why we could do Deshka Kullar with them twice. And we are already in talks to do Deshka Kullar 3.0 this year in 2022. And then Shark Tank happened to us in this year. Also talking about Deshka Kullar, we have celebrities like Sonu Sood, Mansi Chillar, Priyanka Chopra, Shabana Azmi going ahead on their social platform and promoting our Kullar. This is the same Kullar with which I started my journey from Calcutta. And then Shark Tank happened. Shark Tank changed our lives forever. People across the country, wherever I go, start coming to click selfies, and things have changed now. Airports which we didn't expect to win, we won those airports after Shark Tank. So life has changed. These are a few awards and recognitions which we have awarded in last few years. So this has been my journey. Namaste. Other than this, I would also love to mention a few things. We had a 50 CR GMV for this financial year. Sadly, I don't get to stay in Calcutta anymore. I shifted to Gurgaon, but I am a Calcutta boy and I love coming back to Calcutta and enjoying my time at home in Calcutta. Super happy to be here. People on the panel like Jimmy sir, I know him since last 7-8 years. It's been a wonderful journey of building RarePlanet, and today, as I speak upon, see, we have cracked the code for business and we'll constantly grow, and I totally align myself with the way people in the panel had said in the beginning that it has to be sustainable, a profitable venture. And we also aim to become a unicorn, but with a slower pace, not a super rapid growth at the cost of our karigars. It is our karigars who make what we are today. And that is it from my end. Thank you so much for the opportunity, CMA and Venture Catalyst. Thank you.
That was a super presentation, Ranodeep. So yeah, and kudos on the social entrepreneurship and the impact what you're bringing. I'm sure much needed for India, right? So yeah, that's awesome. And you have a compliment coming in from Anil Garg as well. Very interesting. So few questions to ask over here is, what is the sourcing model from your karigars, as in, if you can highlight?
So we have close to 10,000 karigars indirectly working with us. We have divided them into different clusters. Each of these clusters specify in a specific art form or type of product they are selling. So there is a head of a cluster who has a responsibility to collect the products which are being built in that cluster. Secondly, our products are not typical products which used to be available at an emporium. We have a very rigid and a strong design team who takes up a product from an emporium, modifies it according to the needs of a modern customer, and then that prototype is given to the karigar to build a new version of that product, and then that is sold in our stores and with B2B at a Star Mark or a Crossword or a Shopper Stop.
Awesome.
Ranodeep, I have a small question.
Sure.
How you are sourcing the karigars for your whole project?
So we have a very strong network. We have 25,000 karigars. We have a team of 6 people across the country who are assisted by again 30 people who only have the work to go to different villages and find people. So if a village has 500 karigars, we will only work with 5 or 7 who are best in that village. Because when we start working with the karigar, if he was getting 100 rupees as a pay for a single product, we immediately increase it by 30 or 40% and he'll start getting 140%. So for us, the quality matters a lot.
Great.
And we are present at super premium places. Airports and luxury malls is very niche. So the quality has to be there.
We have our CMA president with us. I would request him to just say some few good words on Ranodeep's project altogether.
Now, Komal, any other pending questions, Komal, for Ranodeep?
Well, yeah, I do have some coming in. So are you already on profit curve? And if not, when do you expect to break even? As in, I think you already mentioned, but yeah, if you can.
We are a EBITDA positive organization, and we have been EBITDA positive year on year. And there is we are right now on a hockey stick curve with opening a new store every month or every week. So day before yesterday, we opened a store in Bangalore airport called Linoi. Prior to that, last week we opened RarePlanet store in Jammu. Usse pehle we opened 2M store in Goa arrivals. We have one more store opening on 23rd in Pune airport. Then uske baad wale week mein Bhopal, uske baad wale week mein Ahmedabad. So there's a line of stores which we are opening at airports. And let me clarify it. Opening airport stores are very difficult. मॉल में स्टोर कोई भी खोल सकता है. एयरपोर्ट स्टोर खोलने के लिए आपको 25 टाइप के लाइसेंसेस चाहिए. And there are AEP and a lot of other things required to run that store. So it's very difficult to run an airport store. But with God's grace and support from all well-wishers, we have been able to achieve what we are doing.
Awesome. So if in case someone is also interested in investing in RarePlanet, right now the opportunity is open on Venture Catalyst platform. So I can just highlight on the terms here. So the total round size is INR 15 crore. Pre-money valuation is INR 75 crore. Venture Catalyst investment out of this 15 crore is 2.25 crore. Investment instrument is CCPS, and the minimum ticket size to invest is INR 5 lakhs to start with. So if in case someone is looking to invest, can definitely reach out to me from Venture Catalyst team, and I'll be happily able to onboard you, and you can start with the investment journey, so on and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Komal, and maybe I'll just squeeze in a small little thank you to Ranodeep. It feels proud to, from a Calcuttan guy, Calcuttan person, to be such an entrepreneur. And let me narrate a small little incident, Ranodeep, for you. Last week I was on the Dal Lake and on a shikara ride. And there's an artisans, for all of those who know that artisans come and sell. To my surprise, an artisan had come and started selling his handicraft. And this is what, oops, I'm not able to show you. This is what he was trying to sell to me. And he was narrating his pains of how COVID has impacted him and the last couple of years and how they're really struggling. And if I connect the dots with what you're doing, Ranodeep, in terms of putting a passion and then putting a passion to a purpose, I also visualize artisans of Raghurajpur in Orissa who would love to take the crafts to outside world. Thank you for doing such a noble cause, and more importantly, translating into a business with passion. I belong to the house of Tatas and Tata Consumer Chai, and I am sure every time I have a chai, I remember Kullards. And maybe the Bengalis would know, on the roadside, nothing is incomplete without a Kullard, right? So thank you for all your support and wish you all the very best as you scale up. 50 crores GMV is wow. And in a small period of time, really, really wow. Good luck, Ranodeep.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for the presentation. Now over to you, CMA team. I'll sign off from here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to present.
Thank you, Komal. That was wonderful. Ranodeep, you truly rock. I remember 7 years ago when we met up, you were, came to us for your festival, but your insights and your farsights have really got you going. Congratulations. And I think we need more folks like you to really rock the startup industry. Now, I would like to go over to the Joint Treasurer CMA for closing remarks of the session. I would like to call on Mr. Vibhor Tandon, the Joint Treasurer CMA, to kindly take over.
Wow, what a session. So I would say that I'm really feeling excited, electrified. This was a session full of knowledge, enlightened a lot of us. I'm sure that all of us out here can become unicorns in some way or the other. A lot of aspirants of the startup world would be participating today. I'm sure that would have been motivated and guided towards a path of elevation where they can actually look forward to becoming unicorns. And I'm sure, since I believe that everything is a metaphor of everything else, this entire session was electrifying, and this session was so enriching that all of us have benefited, be it part of the startup world, be it from any other segment. I would like to extend my gratitude, my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Ravi Ranjan, and the name which is synonymous to the startup world itself. And he has put forward a presentation. He also shared a presentation and the vision of the organization which he belongs to, which is Venture Catalysts, which have in fact played a great role in actually revolutionizing the startup segment in the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 cities, which I believe is going to be the biggest segment in the coming decades as such. So I believe that a very important role played by them, played by Ravi, to ensure that all of us and all of the folks who are looking at the blue ocean to move from 0 to 1. I believe strongly, and I have understood what to sum it up the entire session so far after having listened to the pitches of these different startups. The most important aspect of being successful in this space, the first being able to identify and work and address on a problem which is typical and which has not been addressed to the extent that it can be addressed so far. The second is the scalability of the idea, where you're able to actually work and you are able to address the problem. And the third is how you can actually create real-time disruption. I really put forward my thanks because it was a learning session from all the three pitches. The first one, I put forward extend my gratitude and congratulate Mr. Singh from Castler, who have come up with this unique concept of working, of revolutionizing and enabling escrow banking for the segment of businesses and organizations which have been finding it tough and time-taking to actually create a platform of escrow banking or actually create escrow banking accounts. So I'm sure they are going to play a very important role in the industry. I extend my gratitude and also would like to congratulate our dear friend, Mr. Vora from peAR Technologies for making augmented reality look so delicious, more delicious than any other kind of reality that you can look at. And I'm sure you will create a niche for yourself. You will be reaching the goal which you have, which you are targeting. And I congratulate you for all the effort that you have taken. I put forward my thanks and congratulate also our dear friend Ranodeep from his organization, which was RarePlanet. And I believe you are actually on the way to create a RarePlanet. So congratulations to all of you. I'm sure a lot of opportunities, a lot of doors will be opening up from here. I also extend my gratitude to and then my sincere thanks to Komal, Ms. Komal Shah of Venture Catalysts, who has conducted the entire session and created created a platform for people who will be looking forward to access good opportunities for investments and for all these lovely startups who would be becoming unicorns sooner or later. I believe strongly that if, as Mr. Bhat said, if you want to fail fast, fail early. If you want to fail, you should be failing fast. I have another quote which I would be sharing, and the quote says that learn early. And I believe all of us, be it whether we are 60 years old or 55 years old, we are learning early as long as we are learning. And the third a very important shift which I believe has happened owing to this development of startups. There's so many unicorns coming up, and I believe almost 50% of the unicorns that India has seen over the last 1 year, and maybe around some of them coming over the last 1 month or so. So great shift which has happened in the form of creating or making these value researchers into value creators. So stock market investors who were looking for value in different stocks have now started looking at different startups as investment avenues, and they want to become value creators and build a different world entirely in themselves. Thank you so much, everybody. One last quote which I have heard about startups, a very interesting one, of course, which says that we have a very strong business strategy and it means doing things. So congratulations, all of you. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, the entire audience who have been there and who have given us not only a patient hearing, but have allowed us to create this or contribute to this entire ecosystem of startups by enriching our knowledge. Thank you very much, everybody. And I would hand it over to Jimmy once again.
Thank you, Mr. Tandon. Amazing insights, truly gets us moving and emotional, not only about just doing business, but being so happy that people are truly rocking in their startups, and the enthusiasm, the aggression, the go-getting attitude is truly awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful Calcutta Management Summit. And to give the vote of thanks, I would like to call on Mr. G.M. Kapoor, Executive Committee Member, CMA, to kindly give the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. It's my proud privilege to convey the heartfelt thanks to all the participants. We start with, of course, the speakers, Mr. Vineet Singh of Kasla, whose pen sketch is in front of you. He has been very, very erudite in the new escrow digitization, which has been set up by him. And it's something which I think will go places. We all know the problems we face when we have to open escrow accounts. So it's a great startup which has been initiated by Mr. Vineet Singh. The next person I would like to thank is Mr. Ranodeep Saha of RarePlanet, whose pen sketch again is in front of you. He has done an amazing job. I am really impressed, and I think we would definitely feel proud that a person has been able to have 25,000 artisans in his repertoire. That is amazing. And it is something which I think our Prime Minister has been talking about, that it's not only jobs, it is the self-employment which is required, which will help this country to move ahead. So thank you very much, Ranodeep. It was a great experience listening to you. And of course, Mr. Dharmin Vora, whose sketch again in front of you is looking very smart, I must say. And being a foodie, I think he looks a foodie. Thank you very much, Dharmin. You have done a great job. And I think when you come to Calcutta, we will enjoy seeing the food before we eat it. Thank you very much, Dharmin. And I'd like to thank Mr. Ravi Ranjan from Entrepreneurship Evangelists. He's the startup expert. And it's amazing the kind of work that has been done. I think we in Calcutta Management Association have learned so much about startups. And this is actually the season of startups. And I think it's the right opportune moment that this program could be put forward. Thank you very much. And we do hope we will continue to associate and take this movement forward. Mr. T.N. Hari, of course, was mesmerizing. And I'm so proud to note that we share the same alma mater. It was just, as I said, mesmerizing listening to him. He could have continued, I'm sure, without stop if the time had not run out. But it was a real learning experience, how he went through the history of entrepreneurship and industry growth in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari. It was great listening to you. We have, of course, the Sir Jahangir Gandhi Memorial Oration speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Bhat, who again gave us so much inputs that we will carry home a lot of learning with us. And very importantly, he said it is not at all a problem if you fail. In fact, it's better if you fail and fail fast. It will be, in fact, this has been said by even one of the great entrepreneurs from the Indus entrepreneurs, Mr. Kaval Rekhi, who said he would always prefer to take a failed entrepreneur and support him because that person would have gone through an experience, and hopefully with that experience he would do better in his next venture. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhat. It was great listening to you. And of course, I would also like to thank all the other sponsors and our supporters for this event, without whom we would not have been able to take it forward. We have Excite, The Telegraph, ITC, CESC, WBIDC, Caring Minds, Rupa, IIHM, and EduGuide team, Sister Nivedita University, GIS Group, Smiths, IIS WBM, Heritage Institute of Technology, Globson Business School, 91.9 Friends FM, Ad Infinitus, Venture Capitalists, Squash Code, and finally the principal sponsor, the Tata Sons. We thank the AIMA team for their continued support. Thanks to the former presidents for their active support, and the members of Calcutta Management Association, other LMAs who have joined. The audience from various fields, professionals, corporate institutes, faculties, and students. And I am sure they will find they will find this event something which they will cherish. The recording will be available, and I think on YouTube we will be able to watch and listen to it once again. Thank you once again to everyone for having participated.
Sinaram, how's that? Well, baby, just like that. Rupa Frontline Briefs and Drawers with imported rubber waistband. ये आराम का मामला है.
कुछ ऐसा ही होता है जब मैं सर्दियों में टोरिडो पहनता हूँ, सब हाथ सेकने चले आते हैं। उससे अच्छा तो टोरिडो पहनो। सर्दियों में ओनली रूपा टोरिडो।
सोने दीजिए ना, इन्होंने बहुत हॉट पहना है।
अरे बावली हॉट पहना है।
सही समझे।
हॉट रूपा थर्माकोट।
You're very hot.
हॉट रूपा थर्माकोट।
Rupa Thermocot Winterwear.
It's very hot.
Caring Minds, an institute of mental health, is the brainchild of founder and director Meenu Budhia. The seeds of the facility were sown with the birth of Meenu's younger daughter Prachi, 8 years after her elder daughter Priyam was born. As Prachi was growing up, her family noticed that she was having a difficult time at school. Prachi was soon diagnosed with ADHD, low IQ, and later bipolar disorder. As a mother, Meenu was not only concerned about her daughter's time at school, but also her future. She trained to become a psychotherapist and counselor. Wanting to apply the expertise she gained while training her daughter, she started her first social initiative, Caring Minds. Priyam, who had been studying and working in the UK for 6.5 years, returned to join Caring Minds as the head of new initiative. Established in 2013, the sprawling super speciality facility is a gift to the city of Calcutta and East India. Meenu's vision behind Caring Minds was to introduce to the community a one-stop solution for a variety of psychological issues. Caring Minds is a state-of-the-art center for mental health care and psychological growth. Here, mental health professionals provide expert services for clinical and non-clinical issues across all age groups, from children to the elderly. Caring Minds offers an easily accessible, inviting environment in which you can consult with a highly efficient group of experts. Our 3 wings include clinical, academia, and outreach and awareness. The clinical wing deals with all issues related to the mind. It aims to help people who are in need of a guiding hand for their overall emotional well-being. Academia, our training wing, develops and delivers short-term workshops and long-term psychology-related courses. We also offer personal growth sessions and training sessions for schools and organizations. Our outreach and awareness wings focus on breaking the stigma surrounding mental health issues. We initiate dialogues to normalize discussions on mental health care. Sometimes we need help and guidance to feel better. You are not alone. To drive your blues away, visit Caring Minds today. Together, let's say hello to a better, brighter tomorrow.
IIHM, popularly known as the International Institute of Hotel Management, is one of the largest private hospitality institutes that imparts world-class education and can firmly pride itself for being one of the foremost academic institutions of the country that offer globally recognized international degrees in hotel management. The hugely popular events that they host, IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced.
Malaysia!
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Hotel management, hotel plus management. At IIHM, the education is like doing a BBA plus hospitality, because at IIHM, we train our students to become global business hospitality managers. In one hand, they are full of knowledge in hospitality, charismatic, and they have got the study skills of very hardcore management subjects like finance, strategic HR, global marketing, and a whole range of the management inputs.
IIHM. For a great hospitality career, call 98310 50,000.
EduGuide.
EduFair by EduGuide, an intuitive virtual education fair. Engage universities and educate student masses about higher study opinions through one comprehensive event. The first chapter of this event empowered 40 universities to connect with over 2,000 curious students. An immersive virtual event that helped universities showcase their infrastructure, culture, and programs, while ambitious students could make the most of dedicated one-on-one chats with university representatives and counselors. Communicating and consulting without boundaries for a successful future.
It was a nice experience interacting with students and how exactly the team has managed to ensure students are routed to individual virtual auditoriums that have been created.
Exactly what are the problems students are facing. So students are getting these answers.
It was a brilliant experience for me.
We would like to congratulate EduGuide for the online education fair they have conducted.
The brainchild of Dr. Shuborna Bose in partnership with IBM is pioneering in its attempt to virtually link ambitious students to top-grade universities. After the enormous success and the supercharged engagement of the first EduFair, we are happy to announce EduFair 2.0. EduFair 2.0 is back on the 4th of July to help students discover their careers. What are you waiting for? Register now.
In 1868, the Tata Group was founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are a $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Is about delivering excellence across business sectors. Building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Today is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.